everything's ready. Good morning, everybody. Today, I'm in an extremely good mood because I had a very good weekend. And, oh, I forgot my little greeting. Good morning, everyone. Name is Kabu. Today, I've also decided to be cute after having a very good weekend rest. Woo! That weekend was a really long one, and I really enjoyed it. Had a lot of fun just like going around doing a couple of things. I've also ended up finishing all of the mangas, and I was really surprised by the what was going on in like the mangas. It's like actually one of them was like a little like introduction for the next like arc that we're gonna be playing today. Where it shows like Kevin. It even shows like I believe one of the guys is May's dad and Kiana's dad. It's like quote unquote missing. He's missing everywhere except in the manga. Apparently, he got captured by Gray Serpent, and an anti-entropy base got attacked. And then there's the other manga, which is like a very big surprise because it's another one of those where it actually shows like a different side of the characters that you may know from like chapter 9, because we've only seen Rita in chapter 9 and the EX stages, and we'd only seen like Durandal in chapter 9. And I don't think we've seen her anywhere else, just like doing other stuff somewhere else. And she only shows up for like half a second, where she just like comes in, she shows like she has some sort of like morality, or like some sort of like moral compass kind of thing, but she's still like uh, some sort of like girl boss or something, something of the sort. I can't really seem to like explain her like personality yet, because I've only seen her once. But she's like really cute. She has like a really cute side in like the manga. Like there's like a part in the manga that at the end where they're like finishing things up and they're just gonna go and pick up Rita, and she just like, oh, she gets attacked by like a cat Honkai beast, and she just sort of like swings her hand and the cat just goes flying onto like the ceiling and gets completely like knocked down. And it's just like, oh, and then she just completely like fawns over it because it's a cat and it's trying to just like seem cute in order to survive. And it's just like, well, this girl has a little cute side, as well as Rita. Rita being the our, we see her only as like a full-on assassin, gotta follow my orders and do whatever it takes in order to complete them. But then like on the manga, she's like, well, she's still following the orders and stuff like that, but she's just like sort of like really like calm. She's just like it's a different sign from our English maid, English assassin maid from Manchester. Now we know like her origins, stuff like that. We get taught that in the manga, and they were really short. Uh, like one of the mangas was just like full on like an actual like introduction to what may be happening next. Like they show like what the World Serpent kind of is, just like this global organization that like nobody really knows much about. Oh, hey there, Aaron Jaeger. How's it going? Is this your first stream since the watch chat? Yeah, I took the entirety of the weekend as a little bit of a rest. More so to just like sort of get my whole sleeping schedule in check, because the entire like last week I wasn't like sleeping really well, and I whatchamacallit, I sort of like started like sleeping on like 6 hours, 5 hours, and sort of like that. So I always kept like waking up in like absolute pain, and my day I would just like be like super tired. So I just like took it like a full on rest. I even did like some of was what like I overslept some of the days, like Saturday I overslept a little, and Sunday. That's fine, man. I'm just here yapping, and you miss my pleasant conversations. Yes, very much so. I couldn't wait for them. I had butterflies in my stomach last night when I was thinking about that I was gonna stream. I actually did have butterflies in my last night thinking that I was gonna be continuing the game. What else? What else? What else? All right, two revelations. First off, my luck is still as absolutely terrible as before. I did a single 10 pull. I got literally nothing. So I'm down to just like the last 10 pull before pity. And there she is. And there she is. I can't make this up. It's literally You're talking to yourself, bro. It doesn't matter. I like talking. I talk to myself all the time. It's my brother want to give me a give me well for Ella next banner. Ah, you better get her weapon as well. If you're gonna whale, you gotta get her equipment. Yeah. When I mentioned that I really have no luck in gacha, that I either get them really early or I get them really late, I wasn't kidding. How many was it? Uh, 81 pulls in order to get her. Oh, Ishin better bless me. I got 60 wishes right now. Well, I can't fully well, you know. You're just don't have a what's the word for it? It's not confidence. Mm, you don't have the full commitment for your wife, who I see, eh? A shame, a shame. It's truly a shame. But I see how it is. I see how it is. I'm sure your wife was not very happy with a man that cannot commit into the whale. Yeah, I do work out. As there's a quote in a certain game. Gotta grab all of my dailies before I get started, or all of the red dots are gonna piss me off. I have to start working someone soon, and maybe suffering as well. Well, taking like a little like whatchamacallit, a little part-time job is nice when you're young. It gives you like a lot of like insight and like work and stuff like that. And it's always really good that you start getting this sort of if you're going into like some sort of like customer servicey kind of thing work, it's really nice to just like get a feel for it, because you gotta learn a lot from them. You gotta learn a lot of patience with like customers and stuff like that, and co-workers as well as just like do a little bit of like social interaction here and there. So I think it's way better if you just do a little bit of like practice as side works. Going into customer service, I will box my family. I'm not taking any jobs where I need social skills. Oh, the new Fortnite system got me slaving. Hmm. Yeah, I know that feeling. Are you ranking on it, or are you just casual in it? What else? What else? What else? I think that's pretty much it for all the things that I did for this week. All right. Still remember that somebody asked me to like check a character, but I never did check that character, and that person hasn't shown up again. If the person shows up again, I would love to actually try that character out. I've been trying a couple of like characters out because of like the realms of battle thing, because they actually give you like the trial characters, and well, I gotta know their rotation, so I go and practice them in like the trials, playing rank for the rewards. Mm, the usual thing, the usual thing. Skills. I'm 2-0 right now. I carried both games in squads. Gold 2 right now. That's pretty good. What's the highest rank for it? Or like what's the whole like rank order that the game has? Is it like the usual like bronze, silver, gold, plat, uh diamond, and then the highest rank after diamond? Just remember that I reformed Hotel and Genshin. So if she ever reruns, I have wishes. Oh, you pre-farmed for her, but you actually never got her? Unlucky. Got her level up materials. Ah, yeah, the usual. Right, what else? What else? What else? Leopolis. All right. So, my controller. I don't have my controller in my hands. Where's my controller? I've been doing every single one of these things on like the mouse, because doing all the daily stuff with the mouse is like much easier than doing it with a controller, because you're just moving around the cursor everywhere. And moving the cursor with the controller is like very, very slow. Gotta set it up. I'll clarify that they only have one stage if they do. So there's bronze 1, 2, 3. Same for silver, gold, plat, diamond, elite, champion, and then real. All right. So there's like three full like high ranks. Hmm. I see. I never actually knew. I know that every game has like their own either their own little like ranking system or their own like wordings for like the high ranks. Like for example, like League has Emerald. Well, Emerald is not really high rank. It has like its Masters, Grandmasters, and Challenger for like their high ranks. And Fortnite has like Elite, Champion, and Unreal. So you gotta go in two games of those ranks. You can only get gold one on your first game, I think. Like it's your rank based off your performance. Yeah, the usual. The usual. Right. Looks like today's story will start with like a little like another intro, which started by itself. Location unknown. Never. Oh no. The gray serpent walked down the dark corridor with great confidence. Like that, you go down because you ain't built for that life. You do good. Yeah, the usual, the usual. Average win is 8 storm circles total, and I need 110, 20 something. I think for the last reward, that's 16. Hmm. It's the grind. You know what they call usually the grind? Did not like his way or make use of the map. The right directions would appear in his mind at every intersection, as though he had been here many times. I've seen a lot of people that usually they're not really like good at the game, but they start getting like high ranks because they keep grinding, they just keep going at it, which is pretty much fine. I mean, you learn on the process, you get better on the process. Yet this was the Grey Serpent's first visit to this abandoned shelter. This place is holy. It was the place where the sire returned to the living earth. I like a 10-inch kill win. That's a lot of kills, man. But then he was sealed in another dimension. The serpents grew silent, and the holy site became a lost secret. I've actually seen like a couple of the VTubers that I've been following have started like playing a lot of like Fortnite because of the new season. The people that I was watching on the weekend, the day finally arrived. His sire called to him and asked him to fulfill his duty. He stopped at the end of the path. A massive metal door barred his way. But it did get 90% of the team's skills. So do with that what you will, you know? I see. It's the little brag at the little end. That's what matters. It's the ego. You know, I respect that. I respect a little bit of like egoing yourself up, or like having something that like boosts your like your ego in the game. It always feels good to actually just like do something in the game well, and then you become like really good. I carried. This placed me. Yup. He waited for a while. A verbal command appeared like a flash of inspiration. He read it out loud. The massive doors creaked open, overcoming dust and rust that had accumulated for centuries. There was a hall and a throne. The man seated on it was in the midst of silent contemplation. Centuries had passed. Powers rose and fell as battles raged across the planet. The past was gone before anyone noticed. The Grey Serpent had met the man before. He had not changed in the slightest. His will remained untarnished. He transcended time, space, and the karmic cycle. He was the only hope against the ageless force of destruction. The man stirred from his thoughts and looked upon his disciple. The Grey Serpent trembled at the sight of his eyes. Those eyes witnessed both countless miracles and the pain. Those eyes witnessed both countless miracles and the pain of total annihilation. Every memory was condensed and forged by a superhuman will into two orbs of cold, unfeeling eyes. I think you got a lot of ego going there. I think you're feeling really good about all those things that happened. It's good to know that there's actually like things that are happening on Genshin as well that make you cry. Just like this game has made me cry like a couple of times on some of the scenes. Seems like they haven't lost their edge in the storytelling, like that is going on. Like I mean, I keep hearing things about the future of this game. Well, not the future of this game, or the things that happen later on in this game that are really good. So I mean, of course, their next game is also going to be good as well in terms of like the storytelling. Or maybe it'll like do the usual because a lot of like gacha games often like start slow because they need all the introduction, all the build up, and then suddenly they just like start throwing everything at you when you get all the information that you need. Hmm. He shows up in the manga, gets beat by Otto, of course. Mm. Hmm. Well, it was basically a new backstory being told, or recent case similar to the case that happened in the backstory as the reasoning for his backstory. That's a lot of backstory. The Grey Serpent presented the great sword with both hands. The all-consuming flame no longer graced the dull blade, but its familiar shape kindled past memories. He once held this blade to purge the monsters that plagued humanity. He then faced God herself. His hands closed around the hilt and gripped it as he once did. This is actually the scene, or like what's going on. It's 100% the scene that they show on the manga. That's like some sort of like introduction, but now it's like in game. So they had like this little animation with of the embers just like flowing off of like the blade. Because this image is 100% the one that shows in the manga. He gazed at the blunt, heavy sword as he had always done before battles, and he had fought thousands of them. The Solian weapon vibrated and stirred to life. It responded to his warrior spirit and began to change. It was more than a weapon. In fact, it felt like a living thing that harbors a soul. Upon reuniting with its wielder, the core of the mighty sword erupted to life. Its weapon spirit reignited with fire. Witnesses from ancient times mythologized it. The sword that guards Eden and the fire that destroyed Sodom. Mm, I don't know these myths. Centuries passed. The myth became real. His decree resonated in the hall, a silent thunder that reverberated in the heart of the faithful. It signaled the coming of the great storm. Ah, so maybe for people that didn't actually read the manga, this is like their own like little introduction to sort of like say the serpent and the world serpent is back in the fight. There's certain non-human species that no literally cares for and gain. And again, without spoiling, I'm not sure how to say this, but basically he was the opposite of his usual demeanor. He's normally not challenged, just indifferent, but it was much more emotionally invested in the story quest, and it showed a side of him you don't see in the Arkham quest. Has manga, that's random. Yeah, has like an actual lot of manga with like sort of like stories that end up going into like the personalities or like the experiences that the characters have gone through, and the this one is the one that call it that shows like the entire introduction of like the word serpent. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. This scene right here. Gray serpent giving the blade to the serpent and him igniting the blade, and the new organization that's like going to be going against them, against like everybody, all the main characters. And Jekyll, she's an absolute ass. Another one, by the way, another absolute ass of a person. I think he's so concerned in the present day. Present, he's not necessarily human, so it's very okay. He so much. He isn't in touch with human emotions. Yeah, I like characters that sort of have like that. That's sort of like those like hidden emotions that push them forward, or like that they show up at the specific times. It's just normal nature trying to hold on to a savior fantasy. Nocturnal Hunt Ranger, and we're back with Kiana. Think gains 25 move speed. Mech type characters gain 14% attack speed. This is 100% better. Ah, Storm. Don't worry about it. That's mainly what I also like the whole like YouTube thingy. It's because it leaves like the archives up, uh, so that anybody can actually watch it at any point in time. Because if I remember correctly, if you are not sort of like a affiliate or like some sort of like, what would be the word for it, quote unquote, like a little bit like popular on what you call it, on Twitch, your archives start getting like deleted or your archives don't get really saved. But thank you for coming, Storm. I've gone through a lot in this game, and if I remember correctly, weren't you the one that wanted me to check like a certain character? You gotta remember, you gotta tell me at the end of the stream before I actually end. I ended up talking a lot and I completely forgot about it, and I didn't check her out. And the Navia for Circus, but I know that I'm gonna love them. They're mummy and they're actually deep characters. Side of Arc City, late night. 4 months passed since the Great Honkai eruption. More and more people sought refuge in cities against the hordes of pale beasts and zombies, actually. But disaster showed no sign of subsiding. The Arc City mech patrols faced another difficult night. Yeah, both of us completely ended up forgetting about it, and then like probably like later on or the day after, I was just like, oh, somebody told me to check a character, and I remember on the weekend because I did the Realms of Battle thingy, and I had to do a couple of like trials for some characters that I didn't know anything about that they gave you to be able to actually use them correctly and get like all the rewards. Hallmarks have been deployed to perimeter defense missions. It's back with the little like sort of like quote unquote skipped voice lines. Massive Honkai energy spike detected. The beast swarmed the mech formation before the commander could finish speaking. We know those twin tails. Who could it be? A cry for help is coming from the broken mecha. Humps and buses. Power system damage. Unable to move. It was this one. Anyone there? Help! Thank you so much. No problem, dude. Yeah, there's no way this thing is. Oh, never mind. It's actually good. Is it this mech then? Hmm. Ow, 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 ow. It seems like Kiana has finally accepted Fuhua being there after all the things that happened. All right, somebody told me this. Ouch. This character has a charged attack. I think I get it. You know how a lot of games give you like a sort of like a new mechanic to like later that you're later gonna be using some sort of like a hazard, and later on you're gonna get a character is gonna end up using it. It seems like this is the case for this Kiana. That bar at the bottom is the same one that's like at EX, and if you fill it up, it's bad for you. And it seems like you can only do six attacks before you actually get stuck. All right. So new Kiana, loads of like crowd control or like gather, ranged attacks, very strong charged attacks, but you can only use 6 of them. And if you use the 6th one, you get stunned. The battle ended before the surviving mechs could acquire clear visuals of her face. They could only recall a moonlit shadow. No one knew when she left. But 2 individuals observed everything from the cover of the darkness. Jackal and Raven. Raven is a new name, but we know a bit about Jackal already. I wasn't able to hear the game. I mean, I don't mind, but I started. Huh? Really? It's not. That's weird. Give me a second then. Thanks for telling me though. Speakers? There we go. Yeah. Okay, so I guess since the last stream something happened to OBS because it also wasn't like picking up my mic. And usually when it doesn't pick up my mic, it's a problem with my mic where I just need to like mute it and then unmute it again in order for it to whatchamacallit, in order to actually like truly unmute itself. But yeah, apparently both my mic and my desktop audio were like completely screwed on the OBS settings. But thanks for telling me. I would have never figured it out if you hadn't told me. Because usually when I alt tab, the game actually silences itself, and well, of course, I'm not gonna be able to tell if the desktop audio is like moving if the game is silent.
確かに面倒だ。しかし、彼女に気を配る暇はない。孫子は漁師の海から帰還し、行動を開始せよと命令を下した。今優先させるべきことは、天命の邪魔者を排除することだ。奴らは信州に人を派遣した。我々の計画を邪魔させるわけにはいかない。方法ならある。K423 の行方は天命にとっても重要な意味を持つ。だから奴らに追わせればいい。よかろう。緊急時には天命のために用意したプレゼントを使うといい。きっと驚くはずだ。
Yeah, that was my bad. Well, actually, it was more OBS's bad. OBS is the bad one here. I didn't do anything. I actually never changed any of the options since the last stream. It's all OBS's fault. Well, at the very least, a lot of things didn't end up happening with the audio being gone. I would have been more ashamed of just like yapping over and then my mic audio not getting picked up by OBS. Meanwhile, at the floating islands, Shiksa HQ.
大主教様、研究士で得た人型ロボットの脳内から情報を分析しました。K423 の詳細な足取りを推測するには不十分ですが、分析結果によると、彼女は都市内にとどまっていると考えられます。この情報は同時に K423 が現在ヨルムンガンドの監視下にいること。
Don't worry, your mic wasn't working. I immediately told you. Because most of your stream is just tapping in it. You did your one of your first messages was indeed me talking about dab. So yes. I think my mic was working very much fine. It'd be the easiest thing to actually notice if the mic is not working.
Rita, 君には研究士に戻ってもらいたい。K423 の行方を追い、捕獲してくれ。
Alright, another thing is that also Otto feels super different from manga onto like the game. Like here he's like super serious and stuff like that, but you often see him on like the mangas like even making like a couple of like little jokes. And the other like character that shows up, that's like his like personal maid, uh, Amber. Amber. It's also like super cute. I hope she becomes like a playable character. Oh, and another new character that also showed up, the one of the new blonde girl that shows up in the manga. It's also really cute. The one that has like the bear hoodie. Oh, I think I should just say that I like every single character that's getting introduced into the game at this point in time. Every single one, I like him. I'm not gonna tell you because it's much less relaxing.
それは心配ない。ビジネスということにしておくよ。店名はあらゆる分野の大企業と業務提携があるからね。そのうちの上条製薬という製薬会社は世界各地で崩壊災害を受けた都市に無償で医療サービスを提供する援助活動を行っている。彼らの信州に対する援助は天球師が入り口だ。過去の5ヶ月、店名は定期的にこの会社を通して信州に崩壊エネルギーワクチンと援助物資を提供してきた。
Now the question is, are these Honkai vaccines the sort that cures or the sort that slows down the disease?
今回は君が代表として新しい薬品を天球師に輸送するんだ。
I mean, I'm gonna guess that it's the kind that slows down like the disease, because if there was like a true cure for like the Honkai corruption, then they'd end up using it for like the people that get it, sort of like end up getting corrupted. Like my type of stream is just chatting streamers. Just chatting streamers have way more viewers because the point is talking. It's easier to just show low views streamers, in my opinion. Hoyoverse feels nice. Which flavor?
上条製薬が把握している医療記録や情報を通じて操作もしやすくなるだろう。
かしこまりました。
En route to Arc City, Jigsaw Shuttle EOS. I can't remember what EOS is. It's not estimated time of arrival. Several hours later. Approaching destination, Arc City, Chenso. Vanilla, not playing like vanilla. I do like plain yogurt myself. I remember tasting whatchamacallit, Greek yogurt before. It's like pretty tasty. I like it. I like putting it like toppings, or like I don't know what the name of it is in English, but I usually eat it with something in it. It's alright, but it instantly fills me. I eat a cup and I'm on the verge of vomiting. New character. Alviter. Alviter?
工業地帯へようこそ、リータさん。上条製薬信州支部の顧問を務めるキオラだ。
Kiora.
今回は私が共に視察することになった。
I swear, all these names that are sounded from another like language are all so difficult to be able to know what's what. Like I don't know the pronunciation of her name, and her name is the kind that has the C as a K sound instead of like an S sound. But we very much, if anybody has read the manga, would they'd very much know who this person is. We just never got the name for her.
もちろん。
Hey, if you're actually stealing the yogurt, that's not nice. Nobody likes when people steal your food. I've had it happen before.
ご用でしょうか。
第二次崩壊が終了した後、上条せ
Ah. The people affected in the Honkai are all over the world. In order to be able to transport drugs in time, Heliopus decided to build biomedical labs. Still much more convenient than shipping drugs from outside this land. I'm gonna have to read faster this again. Feel free to walk around at will here. Okay? Anything else to anything to explore? Looks like there's a couple of things. But also to other areas of Shenso. It is really a great cause for Heliopolis. Provide all the raw materials and made everything possible. Oh, is she supposed to be an XP for Honkai Star Rail? Well, obviously not this robot. But I have noticed, or at the very least, I know of that they like to do like some character designs, like other in characters in their games. But of course, they don't really have like the same the same personality, or they're not the same person. They're just XPs. Anything else to check out? Doesn't look like it.
エジプトチックな建物が多いですね。
それはオーナーの好みだ。
So I guess I should remember her. Am I even gonna be able to remember her? I hope she becomes like some sort of like a big character then, so that I'm able to remember her by the time I get to Honkai Star Rail.
あそこのピラミッドは
工業エリアの管理棟さ。エジプト人の墓を普通の建物のように改造し使っている。
独特ですね。疲れを取るなら休息が一番ですよ。かしこまりました。
Probably means that.
私もそろそろ終わる頃だと思います。本題に入りましょうか。この度、信州に訪れたのは御社の協力を得るためです。御社はこの都市の医療システムと密接な関係があります。そこでここ5ヶ月間の崩壊エネルギー漏洩に関する医療記録を拝見したいのです。
医療記録を漏らせと。それは
この件は研究士にメリットしかないことを保証します。この都市は崩壊獣の襲撃により警戒状態にいると存じております。民衆を守る責務を果たすためには多少の規則違反もやむを得ない時がありますでしょう。それに災害の根源を調べることによって未然に防ぐことができるのでしたら命を救うことにつながるのではありませんか。
This is always better. Prevention is way better than a cure. It's better for the people to actually not get sick at all.
わかった。データを渡そう。この都市の危険は増していく一方だ。リタさんも身の安全には気をつけるんだね。
お気遣いいただきありがとうございます。
そういえば最近一人の少女が崩壊獣災害の現場に現れては人を助けていると聞いたが、
いやな。
店名のものじゃないよな。
一人の少女ですか？
If I remember correctly, they have something like Kevin the Cube, right? Okay, they're just giving to so big. It's real. They just didn't have the rights at that moment, so they just made like a little bit of like a character that looked like them. Eh?
どうやって現れ、いつ消えたのか誰も知らない。あくまで噂だがな。困難に直面した時、 自らの力に頼るよりも助けてくれるヒーローが現れるのを夢見るのが人間というものだ。
A little bit too real, Kyoda.
そのようなヒーローが本当に存在すると私も信じたいものです。
Rita said and smiled with great sincerity. Rita's smile is truly a deadly weapon. Rich, Jigsaw Shuttle EOS, a few hours later. I mean, Fortnite also likes to collab with literally everything. I'm actually surprised that they haven't gone for like a collab with like at the very least Genshin. You know, because they throw like a lot of like characters from like very popular stuff, even stuff that's like not even popular. So yeah, I'm actually surprised that they haven't done something. Maybe there's like something else going on behind the scenes that just doesn't let them do it. Because I know there's a lot of things that have to be done in order to be able to have like a collab. Albitoru. That's more of like the katakana pronunciation. Having to add like a vocal after the T and after the R. Alright, just kind of cute. Probably the case of her missions being like often part of like some sort of like secret mission or like assassination missions kind of thing. And that's a heart piercer. Over 4,000 individual files categorized under 35 Honkai incidents. I'm surprised that she's using the her name sort of like publicly, because this doesn't seem like a whatchamacallit, a secret mission. Because they're going under the guise of forming some sort of like collaboration, or they already have like a collaboration between Jigsaw and the lab. Where's already in the battle pass already? Was a special reward later in the season? I see. Never actually watched the series. I don't think it was PTSD. This victim probably saw her. Smart of her. Yeah, this is sort of like surprising. How has she survived up until this point? Like no shopping records and not being even showing herself like in surveillance. Actually, there's like apparently like maybe one surveillance record that she had, the one that the Gray Serpent was sort of like selling.
監視カメラを避け一般人に変装することはできます。ただ彼女がまだこの都市にいる限り誰にも目撃されないということはありえません。彼女の存在を認知し彼女の姿を捉える者は必ずいます。アルビトルさんがピックアップした記録がそれを証明しています。しかしそういう細かい情報をインターネットのあちこちから全て集めることとなると、数ヶ月はかかるかもしれません。アルビトルさんご存知でしょうか。この都市には情報闇市がありどんな情報もそこから入手できると聞きます。
Sounds like World Serpent.
手がかりはそこで探しましょう。
But apparently it's something different. It's another market.
招かれざるお客様ですね。ここはハイヘビの縄張りでしょう。防御機構がまだ自動運転しているの。これはお掃除しないといけません。今回は騒動にならないといいです。今こそ風を起こす時です。倉庫を拡充しませんとね。かしこまりました。
Ah, there it is. The detector found an
まだ危
entrance.
険から脱していませんね。かしこまりました。まだ危険から脱していませんね。よっ。今こそ風を起こす時です。
I don't really deal much damage until I bring out the dog, the pet. What was he called? Stalker? If I remember correctly.
今こそ風を起こす時です。
Yeah, it seems like the entire power of this character is just on the pet coming in and maybe just putting that field on the ground. As a sort of like debuff. Kinda miss that other Rita battlesuit, the one that they gave you in chapter 9. I think that one was pretty cool. The room was empty. Machines hummed in the background. The place handles bits from across the world for knowledge, the cheapest yet most valuable commodity. The Grey Serpent was dead. Or so we are supposed to think. But his business remained very much alive. Rita thought about the man whom she had killed. Something did not add up. She became unsure if she had truly killed that man. Smart of her. Rita shook her head and plugged in the Nikio's mobile data storage device.
制限解除。人型ロボット検索モジュール起動。どこから探しましょうか。あの被害者は崩壊獣と戦う少女を見ていました。
Rita also remembered that the Lone Ranger that Kyoto mentioned. She realized that she had been what she was looking for. She entered the search criteria. The system returned the search results almost immediately. The map displayed the coordinates of every Honkai attack that took place in Arc City during the past few months. Rumors, photos, and videos posted on various websites were quickly displayed on screen. While scanning the wealth of info that she acquired, a familiar figure caught Rita's attention.
見つけましたよ。K423。アルビトルさん、この2ヶ月間で天球市には崩壊獣災害が頻繁に発生したと言いましたね。
The assassin has found her mark.
はい、2ヶ月間で35件も発生しました。すべてが天球市の周りに集中していて、そのせいでこの都市は警戒態勢に入っています。
Mostly at the city's outskirts, so it looks like the defenses of the city are still doing well enough for them to actually not be inside of the city. But it does say mostly, so who knows?
まるでこの都市の何かが崩壊獣を引き寄せているようですね。崩壊獣が出現したら不朽なる刃の隊員が即時に出撃し現場に到着できるよう天球市の災害警報に注意しておいてください。K423の追跡は中止でしょうか。
It seems that you don't get it, Alviter. We are getting there before her, and then catching her in the act of save people.
今まで入手した情報によりますと K423 が崩壊重災害の現場に出現した目撃情報は1件だけではありません。
災害現場に注目することで K423 を捕獲する機会が訪れるということですね。
Yep.
さすが副隊長。今私たちがするべきことは辛抱強く次の災害の発生を待つことですね。
はあ、ただこの都市で災害を待つのに辛抱強くなる必要はなさそうですね。
Alright. Let's go catch ourselves a Kiana. Or K-Jon Nissan as they call her. 2 days later.
艦長様、お茶などは
副隊長、天球パトロールの警報を補足しました。北部 T2322 地域にて崩壊銃による災害
隊員を招集して直ちに目
Did I kill them too quick? Or is it the usual kind of thing? Or the game skip the dialogue? Also, using the boss Rita.
災害現場に到着した後、邪魔してくる崩壊銃だけ。
Just the normal type of skip.
お目覚めを、表層の主よ。
Kill only the Honkai beast in the way. In other words, anything that's actually troubling you, kill them. If they're not troubling you, leave them alive. So that Kiana is forced to appear.
ゾンビの体から赤い光が。まさかあれは聖痕。
Stigmata.
聖痕。とにかくなるべく早く待機位置へと。
承知しました。気のせいだったのかな。
K423 の姿を捉えました。
Ah, found her.
総員、戦闘準備を。
準備できたよ。前に進む。
Meanwhile, Rita's target seems to remain completely unaware of her situation. Here we go. This is pretty good. Ah. Shoot first, ask question later. The girl dashed among the beasts and zombies with her pistols ablaze. She landed after unleashing her final shots. Her hair was as pale as moonlight and contrasted against the defeated carcasses strewn across the battlefield. She turned around and waited for a while before she decided to end the silence. But it looks like she wasn't as unaware as they were telling us.
ご無沙汰しております、キアナさん。それとも空の律者とお呼びしましょうか。
Second.
リタ・ロスバイセ、あんたのことは覚えてるよ。本部の視察官で数ヶ月前にセーフレイヤーの試験であったよね。
覚えていただいており光栄です。外での流浪の日々はきっと大変だったのでしょう。あなたを天命本部に連れ戻すよう大司教様からご命令をいただきました。
I love the way that she's speaking.
行かないよ。
ご自身の立場はキアナさんもご理解いただいているはず。この都市がその証明です。唯一あなたを助けられるのは天命だけです。実験室に戻って治療を受けていただければ、その力のせいで傷つく人はいなくなります。皆様のためにもなります。
Although this might seem like tempting, reading you, make sure that you'll no longer hurt anyone else. Because of all the things that happen, there's no way that Kiana will ever like trust the management or like any of the higher ranks like Chixal.
何を言われたって答えは同じだよ。
わがままですね。
わかった。
Only doing 5 attacks. Still more coming? Yeah. Perfect. No. The Raging Knight is vulnerable during the burst. Attackers will search in that direction. Okay. If you say so. I think that was a miss. Oh no, actually the shield is gone. It's actually a really tough, probably the toughest boss there has been in the game up until this point. Or maybe it's just because she has that shield. She gets her shield back every time one of her health bars goes down, so it is kind of annoying. There we go. Pistols roar while the scythe sang through the air, as though the stars fought with the crescent moon. Ugh. Yet this titanic battle ended in the blink of an eye. The fighters regained their footing, turned to face each other once more.
リタ、質問があるんだけど、私を捕まえることとこの都市の災害を止めること、どっちのが大事？
Not that hard yet, believe me. Ugh. I mean, I like that. Always nice to find like more challenges later on.
あなたを捕まえることはこの都市の災害を止めることになります。
But I guess by the end of the fight, I found like a way to actually deal with her a little bit better. Just that if she gets stuck in one of like the gathering things that Kiana throws whenever she does like the last attack, she actually can't move. Like her movement speed is not that high. She tries to like walk out instead of like running out, so she just gets stuck.
今の私を捕まえるのはそう簡単なことじゃないよ。それに信じてくれるかわからないけど、崩壊獣がこの都市を襲う原因は私じゃない。その証拠があれば、上条製薬が何をするつもりか、その目で確認できるはず。それと、私はここを出ない。私にとって災害を止めることは逃げることよりも重要なことだから。私を信じることができない立場にいるのはわかるけど、選択する権利はあんたにあるから。
Guys, can you even believe that this is actually Kiana? This Kiana as she is right now is like nowhere near the Kiana that we've actually met in the first couple of chapters. The playful girl that doesn't really think about things, act first, ask questions later, or act first, think about the consequences later kind of thing. The girl that is like terrible on like the tests on exams, that plays around with like Bronia on the game console, doesn't care about like of the rules. That her ego's like really high and she thinks she's like the best warrior, even though she knows she as well as like she isn't like the best warrior. So, yeah, like she's so different. But on the bright side, compared to like the EX stage of Kiana, where she was like down in the dumps, yeah, depression, how she was like completely depressed about everything that was happening, about all the things that happened, about Himeko. Oh, another question. If I'm supposed to know this, then of course answer the question. If I'm not supposed to know, then well, yeah, you know the case. Like let me find out later on. I I bamboozled myself with Himeko's death. Does Kiana know if Himeko is dead? When she is like looking at Himeko like at the end, or like when she ever like thinks of Himeko, does she know that she killed her, or is she like me, where she's like coping? She's going through like great amounts of like copium. She knows. Used to enhance Valkyries. Okay. Man, it's a lot of chapters. Like one after the other. 5 out of 15. Back catalog. Looking on someone in Fortnite and made him leave. Nice. Skill each of them. Nominous shadow has been lingering over the city, and in Rita's mind, nocturnal puzzle trace. This is not a trial character, and they just gave me something. So, if I had to guess, this is the new system. In this chapter, you can check objectives on the chapter missions panel. Go to chapter missions to claim rewards accordingly. Chapter missions reward RSC cash, an essential resource for chapter progress. In this chapter, you can power up Valkyries on the enhancement screen. I need to grab the last thing. So instead of having a gacha system in the game, they decided to give you the characters, like to continue giving you the characters as like a trial, but now you have to power them up. And to the front of festival chances for new and rank challenges to play normal for XP. There's a lot of things that you gotta do. Now the question is, what is more important? Should I focus on getting a better character? Oh, I did say that I like this Rita. Should I focus on getting a better weapon? Should I focus on getting a better Sigma? Or should I focus on buffs? Boost defense in battle. Each hit has a chance of triggering 5-second global time fracture. Each hit has a chance of triggering a flame pillar that deals massive damage. 10-second cooldown and constantly restores the speed during the first 90 seconds of battle. That's the real question. Greatly boost damage of physical attacks, greatly boost damage delta can keep off enemies, DPS of basic attacks, and attack oriented set. This is among critical hits, suitable for Valkyries who deal physical damage. Usually choose characters and weapons first. Right, I'll probably level up Kiana first, rather than Rita. Because they're giving me sort of like the oldest Kiana first, and I think I'll get at the very least to this one because this is the new Kiana, and I learned and I already kind of know how to use her, so I'm gonna be more comfortable using her right now. And I don't know about this one. A very powerful battlesuit capable of unleashing close to mid-range AoE attacks. Yeah, I think I'll get to this point. So that rather than it just like unlocking things on every level, it's actually leveling them up and giving them like more ranks. She was like A rank, and now she's like S. Unlocks after completing stage 13-6. Guess I'll upgrade the weapons a bit. So I should check what the weapons do. Bounce of Hell. Easily freezes enemies and boosts damage. Against frozen enemies. Can significantly reduce defense. Suitable for Valkyries who deal physical damage. Can provide buffs for the wielder and a teammate. Powerful support weapon. I don't know why I would want if it's a support weapon. Because I'm gonna be using Kiana as like the DPS. Now the question is which one of these is better. I think I tried her out on the last chapter and I don't think I liked her very much. She's like ranged, but she's like sort of like slow on the last couple of attacks, which kind of screws up a lot of like the timings. And the last attacks are like strong things. I can only level up to 4. Right, so I can only get to 4 in this one as well. So I'm just gonna level up Rita because I'm gonna be using her next. Just get her to 4. And level up the weapon as high as I can. Just actually 4. And I think I'll leave it at this. And then whenever I get it onto the stage that unlocks level 5, I can get the best weapon. I mean, I can get the best character and the best weapon, and probably roll through the rest of the stages. Deal AoE damage against nearby enemies. Suitable fallback reads who deal physical damage can deal sustained damage and boost the wielder's damage and move speed. Deal damage against enemies with a large AoE. Powerful weapon that suits Argent and Knight. Right. Let's continue on with the story now that I have better weapon and better characters. Deal at least 8k damage, 1 ult, and I can only use Rita. Okay. Thanks for the tip, Storm, by the way. Rich. Jigsaw Shuttle EOS. Rita silently perused the evidence that Kiana presented to her. An injector. Standard Jigsaw design. This is Himeko's injector. Or well, the injector that Himeko used on Kiana. A data card engraved with the Heliopolis logo. Most likely a pass for opening security doors. Kiana's words left her confused. The confusion slowly grew into a compelling need for answers. Or I guess maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not the one that Himeko was using, if it came from Heliopolis. So just like how everybody uses syringes, those sort of like injectors are like the whatchamacallit. The thing that everybody uses in this world to inject. So even though they look the same, they're not the same. But I'm not seeing any negative pharmacological effects on the human body. The patterns that she thought were stigma. We still don't know very much about this. I know there's a mechanic in the weapon, but a mechanic in the game, but I don't think we know much about this stigma or stigmata as in terms of like the story of the game, or maybe I missed it.
アルビトルさん、自分が何を言っているのか分かっていますか？見間違いではありません。もちろんそそっかしいってよく言われますが、でもこの件に関しては間違えたりしてません。
She's really cute. I like her.
もしアルビトルさんが言った点が事実であれば、天球市で今起きていることは私たちが想像しているよりも厄介なことになりますね。聖魂は天命
Ah, well. Stigma. At the very least, we know a little bit more about it. Shiksa tech used only by the Valkyries, which fits with the mechanic of the game because the characters that you use are Valkyries.
誰かがバルキリーをゾンビにした。あるいは一般人相手に精魂移植実験が行われた。どっち？
Skip a little bit about it.
誰かがバルキリーをゾンビにした。あるいは一般人相手に精魂移植実験が行われた。どちらにせよ。
Rita thought about it for a while before giving a response.
おそらく休めませんね。自分の推測を確かめないといけません。
Poor Rita's getting overworked.
リタさん、上条製薬の工業エリアに入るのですか？それは条例違反になりますよ。
Just don't get found out.
目的を果たすためには多少の規則違反もやむを得ない時があります。
I'm sure it'll be easy for our assassin English maid from Manchester.
それに今優先すべきことはもう計423ではありません。招かれざるお客様です。
Yeah, I really like this Rita. It's like all of her attacks are sort of like quick, so she just feels like very. She feels good to play as. But I need an ult. I do need an ult. I need 100, so please don't die before I get to 100. Here we go. Also, this attack is really cool. With a very elegant ending. No. Be sure to steer clear of surveillance device. I see. Meanwhile, in a distant place.
天命のやつが押しかけてきたか。やはり疑われていたってことか。失望したよ。しかし、もともと潰すつもりではなかったのか。必要がなければ、こんなに早くやるつもりはなかったさ。あの律者の娘を利用して、天命にこの災いの種を消してもらうついでに、奴らの注意をそらすつもりだった。
Right. Rita's single order was getting information out of the lab in order to be able to find Kiana and then bring Kiana back. I don't think Otto mentioned anything about investigating what might be happening inside of the city. So right now she's doing something that was not ordered.
しかし、こんな状況に陥った時のために準備はしてある。
Which is curious because the entire character or personality that Rita had in my mind was just like someone that just follows orders and doesn't stray away from them at all.
リタが真相に気づいていないのなら、真相を見せてやるさ。答えを探そうと集中している時にこそ、好きというのは生まれるもんだからな。そのタイミングで私が用意したプレゼントを使うことだ。その効果は絶大だろう。天命のバルキリーがもがく声、痛みを耐え抜く力が一般人とどう違うのか。
She's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
ぜひとも間近で観察してみたい。できれば殺さずに研究対象として私に引き渡してくれ。
I mean, in the manga, she literally was just like, thanks for your help. Now die to like the new character that appeared.
いざ行動するって時に頭は実験のことばかりか。天命本体が到着する前に必要なデ データを揃えないといけないんだぞ。安心しろ。任務が終了したらあんたには新しい戸籍が与えられる。それで遠いところへと逃げればいい。で、それで
Oops.
この都市
Skipped
の
a bit
人
of
たち
Jackal.
は価値のない物事に同情するな。あんたの同情は人類に与えるべきだ。天命には強い力があるが、個人的な利益を求めて人類を愚弄してきた存在だ。そして彼らに守られていれば世界は安全だと人々は信じ込んでしまった。
Well, yeah, I guess they do like human experimentation and such. We really haven't seen much of like the secret side of like Chixal. We've only seen like the things that Otto does, and I guess the entire everything that the world is suffering like at the moment, the things of the consequences of like awakening the second Harsher, the eruption kind of thing that happened is all Otto's fault, and it's like a bunch of people that are like sort of like suffering for it. What to think about that though? Like, even when the entire thing on the second eruption manga was happening, and yeah, like the Hershers that Sirin made were like attacking all of the different places. Like he keeps like sending people to actually fight them and stop them. So this man's too difficult to actually read. I can't get him. I can't get the organization either. I mean, I guess the Valkyries are actually like good people. They're not like fully under like the ideologies of like Otto, but the important person is like the man at the top, the one that's like giving all the orders, that's just telling everybody what to do, or like doing all of these like secret things. Just like I can't tell. I just can't tell yet. Yet.
時代はもう違う。孫子はすでに帰ってきた。彼は天命が世界にもたらした概念を一掃してくださる。そのような世界でだけ、あんたとあんたの守りたい人々は安らぎを得られる。じゃあ始めるとしようか。
Also, here's the curious thing about the way that Jackal's talking about the sire, the serpent. That they're making him look as some sort of like savior, as let's call him like a Jesus, Messiah. Where is it? Shall help end Shixal's tyranny, and we shall help the world evolve under his leadership. But we still don't know much about him, the serpent. I would know that there is something wrong with the things that or that he wants to do. He wants to end Honkai, but whatever that way to end Honkai is a probably maybe like too dangerous, and that's why Welt didn't help him, even though Welt also wants to help humanity. He's the Hersher that's on the side of humanity. Good luck in non-Fortnite Festival. I just hit a flawless. What's a flawless though? Give me all the information. Teach me all this terminology that you're just suddenly bringing me. Because I seriously know nothing about Fortnite. Right, 13.6. I should be able to upgrade the characters. Yep. Unlock this Kiana. And I'm gonna save my next paycheck to get the next Rita. I should be fine after that. Until Rita battlesuit. Rita's instinct tells her something shady is hiding in there. Maybe I should have upgraded Rita first, because it seems like I'm using her way more than Kiana at the moment. Maybe. And she didn't miss any notes. Notes? I was on the second hardest difficulty, so not too bad. Under the cover of the night, Rita suddenly arrived at the Hoyoverse research facility. The ID pass allowed her to bypass most security doors in this area.
そうすれば疑問の答えも得られるでしょう。
何かあったらいつでも連絡してください、リタさん。私は頼れる便利屋として支援しますから。
You're not a tool, girl.
上条製薬に一体どんな秘密が隠されているのか見てみましょう。
You're just very hardworking. Well, the issue with extra mode is that it adds a 5th lane. On the battlefield stealth mode to detect and avoid enemy patrols. Okay. Oh, this. Does that guy see me? I have a very, very big line of sight. They do. They'll see me. There we go. Turning. It's one of those that skips it. After the third eruption, they expanded their efforts in the Far East and Shinzo. Okay, nothing else? I mean, this is good, right? It's just that they're using the help that Chicksaw's bringing them, the vaccines that they're bringing them, they're actually exchanging them for something else. So rather than maybe some sort of like cure, it's more of like a slowing agent, like what I was thinking about, because it said that it they mentioned that they swapped it with something that gives them Honkai resistance, or like that increases their Honkai resistance. Getting 5 lanes on a controller is extremely hard, but for it's fine. That's why I do the second part of this. Maybe what they're doing is that thing that they're swapping to is like some sort of like experimental drug that they're working on, and they're using this, like all this retreatment, as some sort of like human experimentation, perhaps. Nothing worth checking here. Go explore somewhere else. Straight through. He's gonna turn around the moment that I start walking through. I bet. Yeah. Right, just walk behind him. And I guess I can kill them. Good to know. You know, there's one thing that I often checked out with like players that are sort of like new gamers or something like that, or that they're not very like, turn this way, not getting used to like mechanics in games, is that one of the really important things that something happens when you don't know a mechanic is that sometimes like a button shows up, and the moment that a button shows up, it's just like you gotta like try it, or you because maybe it's like a new mechanic, something of the sort, and you find out something like new of the game, and sometimes like people don't notice it. For example, this icon like change it is like very, very subtle, so most people are not going to be able to actually notice it because they're looking over here. I'm gonna guess that this is really, really bad, because oftentimes with this kind of like things, it's like that it's like they researched and they created like this thing. So now another like whatchamacallit, another like pharma thingy, sort of like building or organization, just like suddenly is taking it and it's researching it to like make their own thing and then abandon the other one, so they can make their own like little vaccine or like their own little like drug and sell it, something of the sort. But I'm pretty sure it's really bad. Yeah. This. Thank you, Alviter.
注射器に残された改造済みの薬剤を見ると、そういう余計なことをする必要はなさそうですが、HBA022 の在庫数を調べてみましょう。在庫はゼロですね。
今回運んできた3万近くのワクチンもきれいに消えたということですか？
そこ知らない深淵ですね。館長様、お茶など
By
はい
hacking
か
into
が
the
ですか？
system, your ID key has been upgraded. You now have access to the locked zone, whatever that may be.
まだ危険から脱していませんよ。
And it's right here. Rita grew increasingly uneasy. She felt that something was wrong. The data she found presented only a few dots. Rita pieced the hints together and sensed something terrifying. She would only need to find the last piece of the puzzle to see the entire
こ
picture.
の先には触れてはならない何か重大なものが隠されているような気がします。
もし本当にそんな恐ろしいものが隠されているのでしたら、今かなり危ないんじゃ。リタさん、今日は一旦撤退して計画を練ってから潜入しましょうか。
Rita's optics suddenly detected something and informed by flashing a little red dot. Her phantom iron battlesuit was forged in Helheim Labs. It was designed to hunt down Honkai infected organisms. And the inbuilt biodetectors of the battlesuit had picked up the faint scent of a zombie.
情報をつかめる機会はずっとあるわけではありません。アルビトルさん、あなたは獲物が逃げてしまってから銃を撃つのですか？
The words of an assassin. Oh. Right, and this should allow me. Wait. To be able to upgrade Rita on her strongest battlesuit, which is this one. And I should definitely get the new weapon as well, because it said that it was the weapon for her. A powerful weapon that perfectly suits Argent Knight. Go. And I'm thinking about going for the buffs next, just so I can get the SP potion, so I can I'm able to do the whatchamacallit, the you use your ultimate skill at least one mission easier. Or maybe I should keep going on the upgrades for like the character or the weapon. A tough choice. Also, which weapon could be good for like Kiana? I have no idea. Increases in enemies and boosts damage dealt against frozen and stunned enemies. Significantly reduce enemies' defense. Suitable for factories who deal physical damage. She should be dealing physical damage. I think every single one of her battlesuits does physical damage for Kiana. I just don't know if this is like any good. I guess I can try it. Since like in line with her. Might be good. Who knows? Boost defensive battle. Fracture. It's the same thing. And I guess I'll think about what I want to do later on. I don't know if level 7 is max or if it's level 10. Here's the new Rita. And now I can select the support. It probably does nothing, because I noticed from during like the Memorial Arena that they have like very unique sort of like well, this thing like astral ring specialization. Yeah, apparently that's my friend told me that there's like no point in like setting up this if you're gonna be using like whatchamacallit, old characters, because they like don't have any sort of like synergy. actually 0 energy at all. But it gets me this thing, so I guess it's fine. Right.
まだ危険から脱している。ここの構造図には地下層が表記されていませんが、レーダーは地下の深いところで崩壊エネルギー反応を捕捉しています。アルビトルさん、私のいる座標へといつでも支援に駆けつけられるよう、不朽なる刃の隊員に待機命令を伝えてください。はい。
Areas hidden from human vision could easily be detected by Stalker Harp, Rita's loyal hound. Yep, his name was Stalker. Got it right. She gave an order. The mech hound leaped into action.
私たちが探している秘密はこの付近にあるはずですね。疲れを取るなら休息が一番ですよ。
Ah, gotta use it now. Deal 800 damage. Alright, that should be it. Bit of a shame that I ended up using the ult there. And now I have to charge it up. Very, very slowly. Not much of a fan of using Stalker Carbon, but if I can get the enemy stuck in a corner like that, then I guess it turns out really good. Because instead of like the little like dodge attack that it has, just going through them and hitting them like only like 1 or 2 times, it actually just like gets stuck on them and it deals a bunch of damage. The elevator door opened. The darkness seemed to offer an odious invitation. Oh yeah, this Rita is pretty strong, and she's still sort of like quick. Just like slightly slower than the first one. But I guess she sort of like makes it all up with like power she currently has. That is not the one that I wanted to attack. I gotta keep remembering to actually check for all the characters to see if they have some sort of like charged attack or like extra attack. So I just found out that Rita has one on this as well. A nice person. Thank you, game. Okay. Oh, forgot to read the description. Experiment. The horror and madness behind the secrets that Heliopolis is hiding is unimaginable. Unimaginable. Tough word. It's like those robot thingies. The giant elevator platform reached the underground facility. She stepped into a gigantic chamber. What shocked Rita most was its contents. There were vats containing humanoid specimens that appeared eerily alien yet familiar. Zombies. The reanimated corpses exhibited glowing marks of intricate patterns on their pallid skin, which I'm gonna guess is the stigmata. Before Shiksa created artificial stigmata Only very, very few people bore these marks naturally. Rita clenched her teeth as she studied every face within the bats. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found no familiar faces. That relief quickly turned into fury. The specimens varied in size and age. Some exhibited Honkai tissue implants or white silica carapace. Others had cybernetic body parts instead. The entire chamber was a horror show designed to display the extent to which a human body could be mutilated. Rita realized she was close to the roots of the dark secret.
ご無事ですか？心拍数と血圧が上昇しているようですが。疲れを取るなら休息が一番ですよ。目標が姿を現しました。かしこまりました。やっ。
This is like light switch into like the coloring of the screen whenever I do this attack. I wonder if it's just like a trigger when I do the attack, or if it's just like a timing thing that I'm doing. Yeah, because it didn't happen there. It doesn't happen there either. And that like little like color change on the screen probably means that I'm dealing more damage, as usual. Those kind of things. The hound gingerly leaped onto the main computer terminal and plugged itself in. A large number of documents were displayed on Rita's visor. She quickly found the file she was looking for. Oops. The complex sets of Honkai-resistant genes. And they're injecting Honkai-resistant substance? Are they trying to mimic previous era attempts at creating the stigma? The stigma results in a distinct oh, that's why it sounded like there was like more talking than what was being shown on the screen. The stigma sets indistinct phenotypes of skin markings known as the stigmata. When the carefully constructed set is taken apart, the stigma itself became ineffective as well. My brain is trying to work in overdrive, but I think I missed a couple of things. I don't know what I missed though. The cost to pay is steep, but the results justify the price. Those are very, very bold words when we don't know what the actual cost to pay is.
度の高い都市で実験を行い、
この都市にいるすべての人に実験を狂っています。
A giant screen on the other side of the lab was suddenly switched on to show a face, Kyoto.
私もたまにそう思うよ。
God dang it. Missed the 3 stars. I completely forgot about it. God dang it. I'm gonna have to redo it later. Alright. Cast ultimate skill at least once. Gotta remember that. Some of the secrets would only be revealed at the cost of blood. Cost. Was this 10? Alright. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to the toilet. And then I'll continue. Where is it? OBS. There it is. Next up. And BRB. There we go. I'm back. Had to go towards my cat and give her a couple of like chin rubs real quick. Gotta give her some love. Right. Some of the secrets would only be revealed at the cost of blood, and the name of the stage is cost. And the big screen that they mentioned that got suddenly turned on. And a name change. Going from Kyoto to Raven. So, because of what Jackal said, I'm gonna guess that Kyoto is a fake name for her.
リタさん、ここに興味があるのならゆっくりと見ていくといい。おもてなしの準備には時間が必要だからな。しかし人が何かを得るためには対価が必要だ。そうだ、お前とお前の部下たちの命を対価にここの全てを見せてやる。
I did it again.
相手が何者なのかお分かりではないようですね。
お前とお前の
I'm probably getting a little bit too hyper, too clicky. My trigger finger is just going off.
そんなに高い対価ではない。
With Raven. Getting more chin rubs because she wants them. She's pestering me for them. Go.
こんなもので天命のバルキリーを倒せると、そうヨルムンガンドが思っているのでしたら同情するしかありません。招かれざるお客。
There we go, Bolt. She's pretty good.
精鋭と謳われている不朽なる刃、絶体絶命の中でもその実力を発揮できるのか見せてもらおうじゃないか。
ゾンビ、毒、そういった手段はあなたをより不憫に見せるだけですよ。
That's right. They're throwing zombies at her. They're not actually throwing like let's call it like actual world serpent forces to actually defeat her. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's like they mentioned that there's like all of like the these things, the bats have zombies in them. So are they just like freeing them to attack Rita? Rita taunted her opponent and swung her scythe, the razor-sharp edge clove zombie into two. The person on screen gave a smile, showed no hint of disappointment that her ambush had been defeated. The zombies and beasts around Rita suddenly collapsed as though they had been drained of power. Just lost the game because my teammate decided to leave California. Yeah, those ones are kind of cringe of games when you just get go into like a ranked game and suddenly one of the guys just decides that they don't want to win or attempt to win at a certain point in time.
生物体内の崩壊エネルギーを急速に低下させ発散させる結成。天命のある科学者の傑作だ。
Since I played a lot of like ranked games, different types of like competitive ranked games, I've had that experience a lot. You need a 5-minute mission ban everything you leave the game while still alive. They don't have any penalization.
これはお前たちのために作った特別性。肌に触れるだけで循環器系へと入り、バルキリーを無力な一般人にすることができる。
Which makes the gas mask that she was wearing in the CG completely useless.
天命が作った武器を天命の人間に使うなんて、なんとも面白い皮肉だろ。
Raven has an interesting laugh. She gave an order. Heavy mechs landed in the chamber and charged at Rita. Rita is debilitated by the serum. Please be careful. I mean, I'm timed, so I gotta be really careful.
紹介しよう。バルキリー殺戮兵器。コードネーム。デスステッチ。せいぜい楽しんでくれ。
Well, they're throwing like a lot of like health, so it should be fine. Yeah, very much fine.
不朽なる刃。随分と頑丈だな。仲間の心配をする必要はない。公平を期すために全員に同じプレゼントを用意した。 仲間が殺されたのにまだ笑えるのか。冷酷なやつだ。
あなたが天命の手に落ちた時、あなたをどう処罰するか考えていたのです。
できもしないことを語るやつが私は嫌いなんだよ。やれ。
Some pretty good back and forward between them, though. The single one that I missed. A shame. Right, last 5 stages. Back to a few hours ago, the girl deduced how she found out everything. Speculation. Kiana! It's time to finally use Kiana. See if I can upgrade a bit of her abilities before I go into that. How cheap is this upgrade to get to level 4? I think I'll do it. I think I'll get to level 4 so I don't get to miss that, use the, whatchamacallit, use your ult at least once. No, I guess I'll just get denied. God damn it. Ah, got denied on that one again. Level 6 is max at the moment. Should I get this? Greatly boost physical DPS of basic attacks and attack-oriented thing was said? I might. Do I have enough? Doesn't look like I have enough though. I very much do not have enough. So which one's better? Physical damage of basic attacks against debuffed enemies. Can she debuff enough for me to be able to use this? Seems like that might not be the case because this might be the set for her. I'll use this one. I seriously have no idea. I wish I could see the descriptions of the stigma sets and the weapon, because that's the way that I sort of like figure out what to do with on the last chapter with the gacha. I sort of like read what they had and equipped accordingly, which is probably completely terribly equipped because I know nothing of the game yet, or I don't know enough of the game to be able to equip correctly. Yeah. Kiana Battlesuit only. This one. Here we go. A known area, city outskirts, several hours ago. Memo notes connected by different color lines were pinned on the city map displayed on the wall. Kiana and Fuhua have been digging up leads and info of the city's Honkai outbreaks. The answer became clear once all the pieces of the puzzle were placed together.
ところでキアナ、いつから天球師の災害に裏があると気づいたの?
Right. Also, with like all of the things that had happened, Kiana became like sort of like smarter. Like she's like thinking a lot about the things that she's doing now. Like the thing that she did with like Rita. You think that if she was like the Kiana from before, she'd be like, so like, huh, it's time for a little rematch or something like that. But that wasn't the case. She was very calm and collected when the whole ordeal happened, even to the point of being able to wait. I just remember. Okay, I opened my eyes. What's the word for it? She was able to bring Rita onto her side by just talking to her, and she's able to like do this whole thing, just like realizing that someone was behind the Honkai incidents in Arc City. Like this really are like things that whatchamacallit, you'd never think she'd be able to do. She has really changed a lot. A lot. A lot. I can keep it around because they gotta keep some gold and gold players suck. It happens.
ゾンビを片付けているとき、その中に知っている顔があったの。そのゾンビは1ヶ月前に私が助けた女の人だった。彼女を見つけたとき、すごくショックで。
CG from the EX stage.
委員長、覚えてる？天球師の崩壊獣災害は 私の中の彼女が再び目覚める兆しなんじゃないかって私聞いたよね。
ええ、その時あなたとは関係がないと私は言った。あなたの状況を私はずっと見てきたから。
もし私の中の律者人格が崩壊獣を呼び寄せたのなら、私の周りに現れるはずだって教えてくれたんだよね。
Like on the first movie, where she was actually like spawning them from portals around her.
その言葉で今回の糸口を掴んだの。崩壊獣とゾンビは崩壊エネルギーの高い場所に集まるから。
Kiana placed pins on each and every side of the Honkai outbreak.
見て、天球市周辺の災害発生地を地図に表すと、あるものを中心にしていることがわかるの。
上条製薬の工業エリア。簡単で効率的な考え方。キアナらしくない。
She mentions here that it's not like Kiana, instead of like saying you astound me, Kiana. And I'm thinking the same. This is like not like Kiana at all.
流浪生活唯一のメリットは怠惰でいられないところだね。こういう生活は初めてじゃないし。
あなたの推測が正しければ、あの巨大な工業エリアには今回の災害の秘密が隠されている。しかし残念ながらまだ決定的な証拠は手に入れていない。
Wait, there's one thing that I forgot to check. All right, that's good. My mic wasn't like still muted after like I pulled down the mic.
だから天命がこの件を調べるよう天命を巻き込もうって委員長が提案してくれたんだよね。
私たちよりも天命はこの件に注目しているはずだからね。一応ここ一帯の援助計画には天命も参加している。
That man won't allow others to smear his good name.
誰かが自分の名を語って騒動を起こすことを許さない。
私は天命を信用できない。リタがどう出るかも想像できない。私たちが差し出した情報をもとに捜査を始めてくれるのか、それとも無視して私を捕まえようとするのか。
Alright, this is interesting now because from what I'm gathering here is that if it was only Kiana, she wouldn't have done this. Like giving like the clues to like Rita. But that was instead of a plan of from Fuhua, something that she told her to actually do that might work in order to help them solve the entire like riddle that's going on in the city. Which Rita actually and the gamble worked because Rita went to actually find out about that, even though she wasn't ordered to do so. And she's gotten herself into like trouble at the moment, as well as the other like Valkyries that went with her.
でもリタの選択がどうであれ、私はこの件を最後まで追うよ。
Kiana before was sort of like independent, where she's just like, I'm gonna do everything like myself. And that is still the case here, and even more so now that she has like trust issues with like the organizations and stuff like that.
これは試練なの。彼女に対するものであって、私に対するものでもあるから。
よし。キアナ、そろそろ状況を確認しよう。
Gotta say that I'm also really glad for Kiana, for giving like Fuhua, because I remember that she mentioned that it's just like I don't want you inside of my head, and she was like saying stuff like that. But now it's just like talking calmly to her, and they're like sort of like fixing everything that's going on.
予想通り、バルキリーたちが行動を開始している。
じゃあ、次は私たちの番だね。
Stage fails when spotted and caught by a guard. Okay, the usual. Carefully and avoid the guards. This guy already turned around. It's an easy kill. Hey. They even made a little animation for like the assassinations that she does. Curious because Rita doesn't have one. Ken is truly the main. Ooh. Truly the main character. Getting an actual animation. The Valkyries. Okay. They weren't here before, so I'm guessing that the little like thing was actually them loading and putting all the assets into the stage. Thought I bugged out for a second. I think I can upgrade things now. Did I want to upgrade? I thought this. No, this. It's done, and I can't get the stigma. Maybe I should have gotten the stigma first. But there's not much left from this like stage. I don't think it'll matter in the end of the day. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 stages left. Yeah, maybe I should just stop with the upgrades. I think I should be fine. Oh. No, there's one upgrade that's very important. This one. There we go. Now, hopefully, I'll never miss this. It's only rare to see a moment of mercy on a bloody battlefield. Aid. The night provided the perfect setting for this deadly battle. Valkyries of the immortal blades fought on against the lurching zombies and mechanical horrors. However, the weight of the enemy's number slowly pushed back the elite Schicksal's unit.
どういうこと？あのバルキリーたち、反撃をする力も残っていないみたいだ。まるで一般人が崩壊獣を相手にしているような。何かがおかしい。キアナ。この人たち、怪我がひどいよ。放っておいたら彼女たちは。キアナ、私たちに残された時間は多くない。分かってるけど。
The girl finally made her choice. She could not walk away, and thus she threw her pistols. Yep. Although many things have changed about Kiana, this is like the one thing that will probably never change about her. She's bound to like help people in need, even if they're her enemies. Just like the pistol that I grabbed, it's actually the pistol that I was being they gave me whenever I was going for this character as a trial. So I think I made the right choice, like this pistol. Okay. No time to wait for it to like regen. Okay, just 2 attacks. Almost did the extra attack. It was close. I think this is like my most hated mech. That attack that it does can actually like one-shot you easily, and that attack is really, really fast. The rescued Valkyries struggled to their feet. They stared at Kiana with terrified eyes and retreated in fear. None of them was willing to give her their trust. The wounded Valkyrie remembered something and held onto Kiana's arm, despite her fears.
危ない。あんたまずは自分の命を考えなさいよ。お願い、リタさんを助けて。分かった。
Alright, time to sync with Rita's timeline. The past. In Heliopolis' database, the girl discovered some of the deepest secrets about a friend of hers. Oh, that's curious. After firing her last shots, Kiana looked at the elevator that would lead to the deep underground facility. Kiana did not notice this area due to the brevity of her previous visit to Heliopolis. She took the chance that presented itself.
先ほどのバルキリーの言葉、リタさんがまだ下にいるというのは、おそらくここのことだろ
う。どうやら近いみたいだね。下から崩壊エネルギー反応を感じるよ。リタはまだ下で戦ってるのかな。
キアナ、時間がない。リタさんを助けるか、ここの秘密を暴くか決めるんだ。
Go save Rita or go search the lab for more info. Your choice here would not affect the storyline. But even though it doesn't affect the storyline, there's only one choice that Kiana would make, and I don't think I'll ever like make a choice that is not something that Kiana would like hate. Did I even say that correctly? I have no idea. I'm yapping, man. Oftentimes I just like end up talking faster than I'm thinking about the words that I'm gonna end up saying, and then end up just fumbling with my words. But the thing is that whenever something like this happens and there's like already some sort of like predetermined characters that they have, I don't think it's very nice to actually go against like the values that the characters already have. Even if it's not gonna affect the storyline. Like even if they say something like, oh, you can save civilians, or you can find the great secret of this organization, but it will not affect the storyline, then I still like choose to like save the civilians because that's something that Kiana would do. Also, I noticed that whatchamacallit, the ult resets the meter. The end. This guy's really tanky. There we go. Now, where are you, Rita? I like that scene. I think I made the correct choice. Especially her being just like sort of like having like cocky little attitude with Rita because of the thing that happened on chapter 2, where she was completely beat by her and that like little like test exam thingy that they had to do. At this critical moment, the girl reached out to her hunter. Their fates have been bound together. Escape. Minimum 2 Valkyries, and I'm gonna guess that now I can use her. Alright, mech type Valkyries gain 40% attack speed, team combo, and charge or combo attacks gain 30% total damage for teams with members of 3 different types. Gain 15% elemental damage. So I either gain move speed for both of them, and a little bit of attack speed for Kiana, or gain more damage. And I think that's a pretty easy choice to make. More damage. More damage is always good.
やはりそうだったか。リタがこちらを疑い始めた時から、誰かが裏で糸を引いているとは思ってた。
What's Mirita? Kitty's just like walking around. Usually when I'm just doing stuff on like the computer, she just like lays down on my feet and takes like a nap. And that's what she was doing when I started the stream, but right now she's like moving around. So yeah. I wonder if she wants something. I already cleaned her litter in the morning before I started streaming. Maybe she just wants a little bit of attention. Don't worry, I'm almost done with the almost done with the stream, little one. I'll give you more attention once I'm done. Okay? She really likes chin rubs or chin scratches. Okay. Cat, yeah, kitty. My kitty.
いつちゃんの小娘め、本来なら無関係でいられたというのに。やれ、やつ。
Oops. Yeah, I guess this was gonna be a problem. I need to swap to Kiana and wait for her ult. And she's maybe a little bit too strong at the moment. She's deleting everyone. There we go. Even though she's not as strong as Kiana at the moment, like with the levels and stuff, Rita still deals so much damage. Especially that attack, that like charge attack that she has. And notice that it deals more damage if the enemy's frozen. That's like what triggers like that little like change in the scenery whenever you do the charge attack. Oh, that was fast. Now she's like laying down on my feet. I think she's done with whatever she was doing. And just to make sure, in case I end up going into like the last stage, and the last stage is like Rita only and like a certain part, and I need to get an ult, I'm gonna grab this. Yeah, this is the last stage. As the ult skill, at the end of the road of escape, she's ready to gamble. Flash. Yeah, this is the little skill that I want.
信頼していただきあり
全員戦闘に入る。奴らを取り逃がすな。
Almost there. Okay, just in case that ended the entire quest, I needed to use the ult. Straight across. Eh. Seems like Rita also has some sort of like support utility kind of thing, where if I'm using another character, her little like stance thingy can also like spawn and attack even though she's not on the screen. It's right here, right? Yeah. There you go. Is it here? It is here. Hang on, we have to get out of here. It seems like the special thing about Rita is that she does things with like charge attack. The zombies continue their relentless march in the darkness. Still not feeling well. Rita's body steadily became slower and clumsier. She could sense her strength draining away from her body. Her side became heavy. She could no longer apply enough force to break armor plates or carapaces. She knew her only chance was to break out of the encirclement. She heard a series of explosions. The names of the crew displayed on her visor grew dim. US was taken. Her last hope of escape had been dashed. The night was dark. Raven ascended the tower and viewed the battlefield. The Heliopolis facilities were in ruins. The shuttle wreck resembled a shattered great sword. She gave a sigh. Her communicator then buzzed. So, the only Valkyries that had been saved were the ones that Kiana ended up saving, the one that she got like right next to the elevator. And the other ones that were inside of the shuttle were probably taken hostages, prisoners, probably. And that's why she mentioned that the shuttle had been taken, and then decided that to activate the autopilot and just crash it into the location where they were at. And using Kiana's powers, they were able to get out of there safely. Mm-hmm. I wonder if for like maybe this like branch of the world serpent, they're not like strong enough to actually fend for themselves, and that's why they're sort of like quote unquote scared of Chixal's vengeance, and that's why they're putting like a timer on it so that they can actually just like finish their mission and maybe get out before Chixal comes over. And if I'm guessing right, they're probably just as like some sort of like this like certain people just decided to just like go rogue and we couldn't control them, but we're still your allies, Chixal, something of the sort, by like the Heliopolis labs. But still, that was a surprisingly quick. Well, there's still like this little like thing. This is a surprisingly quick chapter. But it being like 15 stages, I didn't expect it to just like go through that quick. Like I could have been done with it in maybe like an hour and a half, instead of like the 2 hours and a half that I actually did it. Finish this like quest. Probably and mostly because I just jabbed a little bit too much at the start and in the middle of like the chapter. All right, see what this is all about. Somewhere in Arc City, moments later. She really was trying to make it seem like they sacrificed themselves, but Yeah, that really is the oldest trick in the book.
それで騙せると思うの？
この騒動を隠蔽しようとすれば、それなりに頭を絞る必要があります。たとえ騙せなくても、相手の意識をそらすことは可能です。
I mean, that lab is actually some sort of like it's supposed to be like a big lab, something like that's public, a public organization. So if something big happens, like that explosion, then of course the city is going to notice. And if the city notices that, then they're going to start asking questions about what was going on. So they need to cover up for all of that. And that makes them lose a lot of time.
ヨルムンガンドが私たちの行方をつかむ前に。
Rita started trembling before she could finish her words. The battle had depleted her strength completely. She collapsed and fell into a deep coma. So now the question is, after I grab this, so that I don't have that red dot, how long is the next chapter? This chapter has 2 sections, Story and Trial of Darkness. Let's check out the story section. Sure, I mean, you can tell me about it. And I can fix it later. Please and thank you. It's 13 stages. I might be able to finish this today. How long would this chapter be? Is it actually shorter? Let me see. I don't think I can actually change anything out of the stream. Edit. Perhaps this. It's the dare to last one. It says become instead of becomes. Let me see. Yeah, it's a super mild typo. Yeah, I'll fix it. Thank you. Changes saved. Perfect. Now, what time is it? It's 12:30. It's about to turn into 1. Maybe I'll save this for next time. But the reason for that is not that I don't want to do it right now or that I want to stick to only one chapter at a time. I think I should get started on this. Actually, let me look it up. Let me look it up for a second. Requirement, pressure, reminder, April 6th, 2020. And then if I look for history, how far are you into the game, like percentage wise? Not very far. Chapter 13 out of 42. I'm scared of clicking this. I'm very, very scared of clicking this. 42 or 43 chapters in the game. So I'm not very far at all. I'm still very much at the start. Percentage wise, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Maybe like 20%. Let's see. I just have to find the update that happened on April 6th. What was it? 2020. April 6th, 2020. So it might be this one. No, that's May. I went a little bit too far. This one then. Yes, it's this one. News stories, chapter 15. Okay. So apparently, Pause Honkai Odyssey released together when this chapter actually ended up releasing. So I'm pretty close to it. I think I should do it. Now that I have the time. And if I'm not able to finish this before my eating time, my lunch time, I'll because the next chapter, this one, doesn't look to be that long. I'll finish this and then I'll continue with a Pause Honkai Odyssey and finish it. There we go. Now let's see what this is all about. And how many hours are you in? Good question. Head to the train station to search for the maps you need. I'm probably around 20 hours in. Was it an earthquake or an explosion? Okay. Jump across and go ahead. Okay. Simple enough. The Icarus landing device can provide a 25-meter buffer distance. Double jump. It's weird. Something is moving. Treasure chests. Upward slash while on the ground, hold attack to attack and raise the target. Strange Honkai is some new breed of Honkai beast. And raise the target into midair. Like, hold attack to unleash an upward attack. I see. I see. No, like the Honkai energy detector gives no signal. I need to report this to Miss Raiden. And I already have a combo going. You know, this is, if I have to say that the main game is it's like punishing Great Raven, this game mode feels more like Devil May Cry, where you're able to actually like play around with a couple of like the combos that they give you. And also, well, I already noticed that there's like the sort of like mid-air combat from trying the trials for the new characters. So it doesn't feel like weird at all. This just makes it feel like they kind of like made this thing like as a side thing, but they ended up really liking it, and then they tried to like incorporate it into like the main game, and that's how part 2 ended up happening. I shared like 2 days ago, and I think I have to again. Facial hair is starting as hell. If I had the choice, I think I just get rid of it completely, like with laser facial hair, because I also am not very much a fan of facial hair. I remember when I was like a teenager, I thought like, oh, it looks like really cool and stuff like that. But yeah, after having it, it's just like, it's not that nice to have. Your Honkai energy level is low. Had an encounter. Some creatures I never saw before.
でも敵意があるのよね。こっちは道が陥落したせいで少し時間がかかりそう。しばらく支援はできないわ。こういう時キャロルがいてくれたら助かるのに。怪我はない？
Nah, I'm right as rain.
そうね。あなたの腕なら問題ないか。
Yeah, it's one of those things like when you're a kid, you just think that it's actually really good, but then when you actually have to, well, deal with it, it's like, yeah, it's not as nice as I thought.
でも十分気をつけてね。
Also, another thing that I want to mention, canceling attacks, still the absolute greatest blessing of this game. Because it also allowed me to do the thing. I finish the actual attack, and then I do the my normal dodge that I do with other characters. And it allows me to like continue the combo. But I cannot do it twice. So I can probably do this. And finish up the combo. That sounds good. This red crystal emits weak Honkai energy. At this low energy level, it can't be a Honkai cube. But I'm gonna take some background analysis anyway. Jump to attack aerial enemies. More monsters are coming, applying a strange flying kind this time. Hold attack. When in midair, hold attack to unleash a downward attack. Yeah, I kinda found out about it. Kinda ended up finding out about that attack earlier, but thank you. Do this. Wait, it reset. My like dodge timer, my dodge counter like ended up resetting. Double leap. Okay, I can still combo it. Yeah, it resets. But it actually doesn't stop, so I can just continue this forever. I can actually stun lock enemies in this mode as well. That is if I actually end up hitting them. This type of monster can block all sort of attacks. Try to dodge its attack when it turns golden, and then new monster looks a lot stronger than before. Counter attack using QTE skills. Like this. I missed the quote. But I'm guessing they just want me to jump since it's like flashing. You can unleash a powerful counter strike after dodging the ultimate with the attack with an ultimate jump. Okay. So just keep doing it. I'm gonna guess this is just like their little tutorial. So he just keeps doing that same attack over and over again.
こっちも敵と戦ったわ。あなたの言った通り、あれは崩壊獣じゃない。なんて言えばいいか。
This reminds me of like Sekiro. Because Sekiro also has like that system where it's just like, certain attacks you have to like, you cannot like block. Well, this game doesn't have block, but you have to do like a special sort of like thing in order to be able to take care of them. Like for example, like the thrust attacks had like the dodge towards them in order to be able to counter them and deal a bunch of damage to them. And there were also some attacks where it's just like, oh, there's like sweep attacks that you cannot block and you need to jump over them. But this was way before Sekiro, so it's not like they drew inspiration from it. Mechas? Because they had some sort of like metallic sound. They very much look like mechas.
あのゆっくりとした感じは気候と似ているわね。でもやっぱり変だと思うの。あの見た目、自然や科学の産物というよりも。
Cheese cream is like inspired. Don't you need to like shake it for it to become like foamy?
幼い子供が夢の中で想像したようないろんなものを寄せ集めた怪獣。そんな感じがする。これらのデータを本部に送ろうと思うわ。きっと司教様と博士が興味を持つはずだから。そうだ、今どこにいるの？なるほど。地図の真偽を確認するのね。
Would have been very embarrassing for that to actually be the wrong option.
調査が一段落ついたら戻ってきなさい。じゃあまた夕方に。
Right, for some reason with the first enemies that I fought, just holding the attack button allowed me to do like both of the attacks at the same time. but now I actually have to do this and then this. Or maybe it was because it was a tutorial and it was sort of like freezing stuff that it sort of like stuck with my input, and I was able to do it like this, like that. Or maybe it just like sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't. I have no idea. I wonder if we're gonna get like some like Devil May Cry style like attacks, where I just have like, oops, screwed up. Or you can start doing like attacks by doing like certain inputs, kind of like a fighting game. Because I do remember that being the case in well, physics. Because I do remember that being the case for a lot of like Devil May Cry games, where you press like back and then attack, and it does the well, pretty much what this is. And jumping also dodges attacks. Jump. This is what I mean also with like you gain a lot of experience just like playing other video games. Because most people are probably gonna end up like being too focused in like the attacks of the enemy or the sound of it, and they're not gonna notice that the flashing of the jumping attack. Or maybe like that attack that it just did. You don't actually like end up noticing most of this stuff. You're not used to like games. I think it just showed a tutorial, but I missed it. Also, I like that even though this isn't like the first, this is like the first character that they actually show of on this like new game mode. He's like really responsive. He's fast and he's responsive. Feels good to play as. Like all the attacks that I'm doing, they're just getting the, I'm just getting the attacks immediately. If I want to dodge, it dodges. You don't get like stuck in like an animation. Even if I do that. Now, my imagination is running wild now with combos. Basically agrees with the sad side, which means the sense of human activity is forced. Who would do that and why? Okay. Return to the intro room to report the mission. Tap the bubble to report your findings.
おかえりなさい。今日入手できた情報はまずまずよ。
Did it cut
聞
me?
いて驚かないでね。レーザーであのバリアの形を確かめてみたわ。結果、私たちが予想していた円柱ではなく球体だった。情報と都市変縁の底部。レーザーを当てたら明らかな変異が発生したわ。あくまで予想だけど、このバリアの中心はおそらく。
Strange sound in the sky?
ええ、そうよ。セントフォンテーヌに起きた不思議現象はすべてあの天空島と直接的に関係しているようね。それと見たことのない怪物、集めたデータを本部に送ったわ。
It also sort of like feels weird for them to have like this new system of like conversation, or like having like options where it gives you like ratings if you get the correct answer that the other character wants you to, well, say. Since the sort of like gameplay seems similar to like the part 2 gameplay characters, I wonder if they're also like gonna end up taking this like whole like conversation kind of thing, because my friend told me that they wanted to like really change the game, and they ended up adding some sort of like main character into the game, where before it's just like Kiana that's sort of like the main character, and now it's like a self-insert kind of character. And right now I'm pretty sure like the character that I'm using is it's a self-insert, sorta like a self-insert kind of character, because he's not speaking at the moment. They give you the option to name him, and you get options in the dialogue options. So it's like taking all the boxes for like self-insert kind of characters. Maybe I'll ask more information about this whole thing, about what the hell happened with like this like game mode and the rest of like the part 2 stuff to my friend. Like I mean, he's been like a really good teacher of the game. He has shown me like a lot of things. He's like taught me like a lot of terms. He helps me whenever I'm doing like the whatchamacallit, the the weeklies, sort of like missions and stuff like that, and whenever I have like questions. Oh, Dr. Einstein. So Dr. Einstein is still like a thing in this like world or this mode. Have you found anything yet? Not exactly. Couldn't guess it's the little like crystals. Maybe yes. Tell me straight on what you saw today. So you can somehow smell stuff near your neck, because I used to put this stuff on my neck when I was sick and it was invading my nostrils. Maybe that's the reason why you put like cologne on your neck. Not that I would know. I'm not much of a person that uses cologne. I think it's like smell is like way too strong, so it's kind of like uncomfortable. As well as like perfume. I'm not allergic to it either, but I know people that are allergic to it.
確かに妙ね。データを本部に送って研究してもらうようにする。今日は情報をたくさん入手できたけど、最も重要な情報、ベルトさんの行方については未だ手がかりなしね。今ある情報をもとに対策を決めるわ。一緒に考えてくれる？
Right, here we go. Just had to go back to my other like tab, because I was still on the tab where I was looking at the version updates. So mission 1 completed. Intel level boosted. Max character level. Oh, and there's a new mission assignment for you. Tap the bubble again.
本部からの返事が届いたわ。司教様が直々に連絡を取りたいそうよ。指示によると、私たちはこれから崩壊エネルギー探知装置をすべて持って高地を目指すことになるわ。
Hate smelled perfume. Hates having body hair.
それら一つ一つを列状に組み立てるの。
I mean, you hate body hair as well. Also, it's facial hair. You forgot about that.
場所はもう選んである。あなたが調べたサード駅からそう遠くはないところよ。
Also, I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only person that also hates cologne. They use very strong smells to make them, so it's really like uncomfortable. It's like well, you mentioned it yourself. It's sort of like when you use it, you end up it invades too much of like your smell. The disaster received. Okay. Your character unlocked. Fast, agile melee battlesuit. Wields a blade. Has high attack speed and is good at unleashing combo hits and staying in midair. And it's cut off. Return to the main screen to continue the investigation. I will join you in this operation. Your face is part of your body? Yeah, but when people refer to like beard or mustache, they call it a facial hair. You might be forgetting about that. Okay.
アインシュタイン博士に案があってね。司教様と話し合ってみたんだけど、試す価値があると思うの。博士曰く、崩壊エネルギー探知をすれば、ベルトさんの位置を探し出すことが可能だそうよ。
So you just like your facial hair but not on your body? I mean, if it doesn't bother you, then I mean, why would I end up like disliking it? The problem with like facial hair is that it grows when it starts like growing too much. It sort of like gets in the way of like eating, talking, even just like making like expressions. It starts like getting in the way and just like, rubbing against like your nose, the side of like your cheeks and stuff like that.
今の技術であれば、探知機を列状に組み立てることで、探知できる最大範囲は半径80キロ。つまり、この都市のおよそ12分の1。
Waiting for Carol.
彼女の装備を列に組み入れれば、探知可能範囲はセントフォンテーヌ全体になるわ。でも、要点はそこじゃないの。
We might find too many signals?
司教様も同じことを言っていたわ。
Why can I not be this lucky when I'm going into the gacha? I'm like hitting all of the good ones.
大崩壊の後、99% の崩壊エネルギーは月に封印されたとはいえ。
After the Honkai ended. Big words here. 99% of Honkai energy is sealed in the moon. So here's the thing. This is supposed to be like a horrible example, but if you don't shave your butt, it can make wiping hard. So I mean, well, actually, it's supposed to be good because apparently like body hair is set on like certain positions so that it doesn't, you don't end up rubbing your skin against your skin way too much and it ends up like hurting you. That's like supposed to be like one of the reasons that body hair is like good. As for this, it's just like this is supposed to be like after the main story end. So somehow the entire like everything that you're doing or like everything that Shiksal is doing and sort of like succeeded and Honkai fully ended. But 99.9% of the Honkai energy ended up being sealed in the moon. And what's curious about this is that there's a lot of talk about the moon in like all of, like the mangas and stuff like that. Like I mean, especially in the Second Eruption manga, they go to the moon. There's like this this whole like palace on the moon, and it was where the people from like the previous era ended up fighting against the final Herrscher. As for that, what that may mean, I do not know. But I'm guessing that at the end of the day, maybe the game will end on the moon again. Well, not again. Again, as in like the story that happened in like the previous area, and what's gonna end up happening like right now. It's like in the present time. I say yes, I'm playing in the future right now. But yeah, it's like this is are two very, very, very strong statements that are sort of like being thrown to you. And this was like very, very early into the game. It's chapter 15. It's at the moment that chapter 15 ended up whatchamacallit, released. So it wasn't like even halfway done with the story of the game when this happens. Like there's 42 chapters or 43 chapters or maybe even like 45, 50 chapters for the game. And this was already being like prophetized as being like the end of the game.
希薄ではあるけれど、まだエネルギーが大地に散らばっているもの。脅威になるほどのものではないけど、その量は少なくない。もしそのまま探知機を起動させたら、私たちが得られるのはセント・フォンテーヌの崩壊エネルギー産物だけよ。
So maybe what she's talking about is that there, even though there's only 1% left on like Earth of the Honkai readings, there might be too many like sort of like random small red bleeps popping up in the detectors.
だからね。
We need to improve the detector's accuracy?
違うわ。
Yeah.
私たちが探すのは純粋な崩壊エネルギーじゃない。
Well, I was bound to lose a 50-50 at one point in time.
律者エネルギーよ。こちらから行きましょう。
You remember the aerial combat in the game first? Switch to another character to automatically follow the enemies midair. I can unleash Flash to follow up enemies when I have kinetic energy. When in midair, hold attacks to unleash Flash. And I can do this. Blade attacks faster, just to break the force field shield more easily. Okay. And if I don't have enough to do like the flash thingy, I can just keep attacking. And I can still end up catching the enemy on the way down. Oh my. Mid-air dash. Perform evasion after a double jump to leap over the wide gaps. Well. It seems that I had already learned about that by myself by pressing buttons. Enabling field. Enabling field provides hit shield to monsters. Break it with repeated attacks. Which is this. Or I can also do this. I can finish the enemy and swap onto my character. Shape completely lost at the cost of 500 Nick.
素材習得。この道は。
あと数ヶ月後にはクジラの奮起が見られるかもしれないわ。今回の任務が終わってまた機会があったらここでバカンスでもしたい。
It looks like it's gonna take a little bit too long for this place to get fixed up. After we're done with the mission. It's a little bit too destroyed and desolate.
ここを抜けて上に行けば目的地に着くわ。簡単には行かせてくれないよね。
Switch to her, fast attacks. Runs away, I can just flash into it. Oops, I did it too early. Shield thingy. actually boiling water for noodles right now. She can't be asked to do most of the time. Nice. I can't wait to actually eat myself. Is this where I need to go? We can assume your boss challenge from here if you failed. You think I'm gonna fail? I don't think so. Ooh. So it's this kind of enemy. Look, they're supposed to put it in the pan and put in the container and put water in it. But what type of noodles are you eating? Isn't that the normal thing? Just put the water inside of the container. Ow, 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 ow. Still hit me. I mean, every single like type of like noodle that I've actually had. I didn't read. Taking damage. I'm guessing I have to stay here. Ouch. She might be better. Was just another little selector thing wrong? That's just a little knob that it was just supposed to be pointing in towards it. Ah, it's one of those type of like noodles. Now what? The enemy has summoned a gale to prevent being chased. Okay. I guess I won? This one looks like a human.
寄せ集められた部分がより分かりやすくなっていたわ。一つ推測があるのだけれど、あなたはどう思う？
Well, depending on the two options, I might be thinking the same thing. They were made based on humans, or some humans turned into them. I mean, they mentioned that there's no longer people here, so it might be the case. Like, for example, for the rest of the Honkai, the zombies are supposed to be humans that died and got turned into like Honkai zombies. So there's a chance of this happening, this being the case. But isn't it a fair way to like think about it, May? I mean, we've seen zombies. It could happen. There's no humans currently in the city other than us.
そもそも怪物のデータを分析したんじゃないの？人間とは構造が全然違うでしょ。
Oh.
あの怪物たちはおそらく誰か、もしくはそれに属する勢力が人間の姿を模して作った偽物だと思うわ。あの姿には人間社会の要素が多く含まれていた。でも奇妙な混ざり具合だったわ。まるでその創造者が私たちの文明を少しも理解できていないみたいな。ただ見たことあるものを組み合わせただけのようだった。ますますきな臭くなってきたわね。
Yeah. And I'm getting more and more lost.
少し休みなさい。司教様には私から連絡するわ。これからここで何が起こるのか。きっと司教様も博士も気にかかっているはずよ。
This feels kind of weird because it also feels like maybe I shouldn't be like using all the information that I currently have from like the story, or maybe missing something because I haven't done chapter 14. Maybe there's something in chapter 14 that I can link towards this, towards like the information they're giving off from this. Even though like this is supposed to be like after the story ended. Please enter the base to take missions first.
お疲れ様。博士が立てたプランを信用しているとはいえ、探知可能範囲があまりにも狭いわ。今回も見つからなかったら、一旦キャロルを待つべきか、それとも場所を変えてもう一度試すべきか。これが終わったら話し合いましょう。
Okay. Complete. Level up. May frowned. It was obvious she was troubled by something.
本部がセントフォンテーヌに出現した未知の生物に興味があるようで、データをもっと集めてほしいと博士に言われたわ。この任務はキャロルに任せたかったけど、今は人手が足りないから私たちで分担するしかないわね。
Something happened to the kid?
強いて言うなら確かに何かあったわ。彼女家出したのよ。
Ah. Oh. Run away from
もう見
home?
つかったそうよ。今朝先輩から連絡が届いたから心配いらないわ。何が何でもセントフォンテーヌには行きたくなかったみたいで、出発前夜両親が寝静まった後に逃げ出したみたい。
Sounds like she's gonna be sort of lazy whenever she ends up coming here.
あの子、追っ手を巻く腕は一流ね。2、3日かかっても見つからなかったの。あげくお金がなくなったから自分で警察に行ったって聞いたわ。
That sounds like Carol, alright?
連盟からの連絡によると、もうこっちに向かっているとのことよ。あの子が到着したら反省会を開かないといけないわね。彼女のしたことを厳しく言えば敵前逃亡とも言える行為だもの。捉え方次第で事の大きさは変わるけれど、少し教えてあげる必要があるわ。
Trouble always have a way with Carol.
あの子はいい子だけど、怒ったら周りを気にしなくなっちゃうところがちょっとね。あの子もそうだったわね。
She gazed into the distance and briefly lost herself in thought. She quickly recovered and smiled.
話を戻すけれど、博士がデータをもっと集めてほしいと言っていたわ。種類、外形、習性、行動パターン、戦闘方法など、それらの特徴が分かれば黒幕とその目的も分かるかもしれない。
Isn't this a little bit too much foreshadowing? A good girl that can lose her temper and do some really crazy stuff. There's like only one person that I can think of. Used to know someone like her. As she gazed into the distance and briefly lost herself in thought, she quickly recovered and smiled. I mean, on the weekend, I was surprised by something very, very special that got recommended to me on YouTube. So, and I also remembered somebody else had like pointed me out that the game that's before this one, well, it's still going because they sort of like just released like their 9th anniversary kind of thing. So I did a little bit of research on like that game and what sort of ends up happening in like that game, because I might not end up playing it, and I was still like very interested. Also, the music that they had in the 9th anniversary like music video was absolutely amazing. I loved every single bit of it. And apparently, really, should I be saying this? Should I be taking this into account with what May just mentioned? So let's just say that it was completed. Nice, time to eat. So apparently, that game has a bad ending, and it has something to do with Kiana. I mean, at the end of the day, that's like not really supposed to be the ending, because apparently that whole like ordeal ended up happening like really early into like the game, and it's still going. Stuff is still going in that game. But this makes it sound like the ending is somewhat gonna be similar to that of like Honkai Gakuen or Hokai Gakuen. If I'm taking into whatchamacallit, if I'm taking into account like how foreshadowy this is. But it's like both are very, very different games. It's like it's not fair to compare one of the other. I've seen people get sort of like mad with, oh well, I mean like the thing about like Natasha that was mentioned earlier. It's like it doesn't feel fair to just compare one game to the other, or like the characters from like one game to the other. I'm sure that the Kiana from Hokai Gakuen is very different from the Kiana in this game, as well as like the characters that may appear in like both games are like very different from each other. And it also doesn't feel very fair that I'm using like some sort of like foreshadowing from another game in order to actually think about something in this game, because they're supposed to be different, even though they have similar characters. It just doesn't feel fair. But it doesn't sound good. Here's the thing. This was released really, really early on. The game wasn't even halfway through like its like whole like story thing that is still going on currently. So there's still a chance that this is like a full on. Oh, and right. There's also the story from like the Sakura Samsara, that it feels completely like an event story, that it doesn't have like any connection to the main story whatsoever. So it could be the case. This is like a different sort of like universe, an event story where something happened, and well, whatever ended up happening had the consequences of Honkai being gone, or like mostly gone, 99% of it getting transported, or like getting like stuck on the moon, whatever the hell is going on right now, and well, whatever this might mean. I think it'd be much better if I just go with that thought process of thinking that this is more of like an event story, or like or the information that I'm currently being given, not having some sort of like actual link to the main story. And if it does end up having a link to the main story, then that's up to future me to find out whenever I'm done with part one of the story, and I see what ends up happening with our beloved characters. I think I'll go with that. We could trace their origins, we might be able to identify the mastermind and the reasons for doing all this. Side mission. Now it's time to enhance your characters. Characters have their own set of skills to better prepare themselves for combat. Main character, a well-balanced melee fighter who wields a 200 sword with medium attack speed and damage. Versatile against all enemy types. Deals primarily physical damage and can cast ultimate to enter burst mode, where he deals fire damage instead. Builds up ignite trauma to ignite enemies, which take fire damage over time for 10 seconds. During ultimate and certain special moves, the weapon transforms into an Odachi with greater attack range. Talent branch. The basic attack range is on the top, including basic attack, joint attack, and impale mark. Joint attack deals fire damage and builds up enemy ignite trauma even without burst mode. Impale mark amplifies damage taken by enemies in the air. Effective against aerial enemies or enemies able to be knocked airborne. Branch B. Special attack branch on the left includes special attack, QTE, and skill rating bonuses. At high skill rating, the whole team can gain extra SP regen to cast ultimate more often. Down branch C. The evasion and leap branch is on the bottom, including ultimate evasion, evasion counter, ultimate leap, and leap counter. Ultimate evasion and ultimate leap counter can trigger global time factor. Branch D. The ultimate branch is on the right, including 2 ultimates and burst modes. Bleeding frames can ignite enemies and crowd control minor enemies for very long. Heroic Hack has great attack range and deals more damage to enemy crowds. Let's start from this skill. Tap here to unlock the first skill. Consumes 50 SP to hurl fire rings at enemies in 800% attack. I'm glad that they're using numbers. Attack of fire damage, inflicting ignite trauma and knocking enemies airborne. Cooldown 15 seconds. Also creates up to 1 flame circle at a target location that deals 10% of 10% attack of fire damage every 0.2 seconds and knocks enemies airborne. So, what's up, Jaeger? So this has a new system. Sakura Samsara had like a little bit of a system where you need to upgrade like the little like pet that you have, but for this one, it actually has like a talent, sort of like talent system with like the characters that you start unlocking. You know how like daylight savings exist? It's something like that happened a week or 2 ago. So like you'd know since you work and time is important to you. Yes, I believe in places that utilize daylight savings, I think they went ahead 1 hour recently. Last week. It was last week that happened, probably like the weekend. But the thing is that where I live doesn't use daylight savings, so I usually ignore them. I actually turn it off so that my phone doesn't automatically change the time, because it can screw you up really badly. It used to happen to me at school, and I end up getting to like school late, or ended up waking early, because the stuff on my game all randomly started resetting an hour later. It was confusing. Yeah, you can probably just check on like your time settings, and there's probably an option somewhere around there where it's just like automatic daylight savings kind of thing. Of course, if you're where you live is not using daylight savings. My PlayStation was already an hour off. I'm dying. Right in May, an agile melee fighter who wields a katana with fast attack speed and long hang times, effective against minor or aerial enemies. Does primarily lightning damage and builds up paralyzed trauma that immobilizes enemies for 3 seconds when fully charged. Certain skills can also thunder tap and immobilize enemies. Okay. Drag to the top, attacks, enhancements can stack combo really fast. Aerial enhancements can boost your aerial damage massively. The same thing. At high skill rating, the whole team can gain damage boost from high combo hits. I think I probably want this. The same thing. You can paralyze or thunder trap enemies more easily. Because for an hour ago you said you'd be done streaming. What happened to that? I still got like 30 minutes. Ultimate branch, 2 ultimates and paralyzed thunder trap skills. Spectral spin summons shadow clones to deal tons of damage, and thunder wings can stack combo hits at lightning speed and apply crowd control. And I cannot do anything. That sounds, what you're saying right now, that sounds super like forced. I mean, if you had complaints like from the start, you just wouldn't be watching anyway, so that's like the deal with it. What's it telling me? Oh, I can upgrade this. Triggered by stun enemies to perform a swirling upper slash, dealing 90% times numbers, attack of physical damage, and knocking enemies airborne. Passive always on QT. So get it. Right? Looks like I'm good to go. The side mission's location is marked on the map. Tap here to start the side mission. Okay. Yeah, because it's just like you're saying something and it's just like, oh, but I don't mean it in like a bad way or something like that. Data collect. Investigate unknown creatures in Saint Fontaine for more intel. The ultimate skill is ready. Tap this button to unleash it. I'll just press square instead. Oh, I cannot actually get them stuck on the air if I just attack them and then I try to reset. The dodge is actually way too slow to actually go for like a full reset and just get them stuck. Maybe May can do it. Okay. I can just not walk on it. I think I'll do that. Oh, I don't have the attack. Here we go. Code 6. The Lovers. Attacks with laser beams and can create explosions on the ground. Menace level relatively high. Strategy currently identified as patrolling units. Kill them first in complex situations. Okay. Counterattack in mid-air when the time is right. So this. Tap the jump button when the enemy attacks with a golden flash to perform ultimate jump. Oh, I think I was supposed to actually learn about this at this point in time instead of like on the last mission. This is just it. Feels like I'm chasing the enemies. Feels like they're just stuck doing that attack. I mean, it's fine, Jagger. I mean, like I mentioned, it's like if you truly just didn't want to actually like stay or something of the sort, or you had like something to do, it's like there's like absolutely like no problem about that. Like oftentimes whenever somebody is like streaming, there's like people that just like kind of like either like chill without chatting, or whatchamacallit, or they have to like leave at random times because like the things that we do throughout the day are not the same, and we also have like different time zones. Like somebody from, let's say, from Europe could be watching, and currently it could be like nighttime, and they need to sleep in order to like go to work tomorrow, so they have to like leave. Because of parasocial relationships. It seems like you finally accepted that you're parasocial. I knew you'd come around to that. You're my best friend that doesn't know me. That sounds like the whole thing where it's just like, by the way, we're like from like what is it? I've seen it on people that are actually like sort of like parasocial with some of like the big Vtubers, and I've also seen it on the on like cartoons. So that it's just like like we're together, but the other person just doesn't know yet, kind of thing. Okay. Level boost.
本部と連絡したわ。セントフォンテーヌを確認したいと司教様に言われたから、全域投影を起動させ、ここの状況を司教様と共有することになった。
Now, it'd be something like my best friend that doesn't know me would actually be a horror movie content for a movie about the dangers of parasocialism and copywriting that. You could also add my best friend that doesn't know me and doesn't know that we're best friends. Sounds like it also sounds like something that actually, why haven't they tried to make a documentary about it? I wonder, is it because documentaries aren't really like popular? Somebody could make a documentary about this whole thing, like Vtubers and stuff like that, and parasocialism. It sounds like a great topic for a documental or a documentary. It is shorter, yeah. It's way easier on the tongue. The overseer wants to inspect the city with her own eyes. I'm setting up a panoramic hologram to fill her in.
装置の組み立てを始めましょう。
Alright. Tap Explore to explore freely. There will be available adventure tasks under the exploration mode. But I will not be doing that. But again, I'm not parasocial. We're buddies, right? Right, said the parasocial guy.
隊長、
ごきげんよう、メイ。
Teddy Teddy. Why is there no image of Teddy
ご
Teddy?
きげんよう、司教様。顔色が優れないようですが、また夜更かしでもしたんですか？
ごきげんよう、司教様。
He has a voice? He speaks!
ごきげんよう。セーフレイヤ学園で会ったわよね。
And she doesn't remember me.
ちゃんと覚えてるわ。
Or maybe she does. I'm honored.
だってあなた、
Hey.
数少ない男子生徒だもの。崩壊エネルギー適応性のある男性は珍しいわ。
Is this why most of the characters are girls? It's like this is like their reasoning for it.
世間話はここまでにして画面を共有してくれる？
全域投影起動。
セント・フォンテーヌ。衛星映像に映っていた賑やかさとは全然違う活気がない廃墟ね。どう天命の監視をかいくぐって真実を隠していたのかしら。あれはおじいさまが自ら作った監視システムよ。そう簡単に騙せるものじゃないわ。
Now you know everything about me. Now we're friends forever. As he takes it to the grave.
それについては調査中です。詳細はまだわかりません。
And truly, it's like something like that. That a villain could probably say. Some sort of like stalkery villain.
でも優先順位は大事にね。この時点で最も重要なのは失踪したベルトを探すことよ。みんな彼のことを心配しているわ。
了解。わかった。ああ、任務の資料はすべて頭に入っている。
Enter the station by stealth and install the detector at the entrance. I'm guessing that this also has like a stealth system like the other mode, where it can just one-shot enemies, but without having to activate another mode. Will call me a stalkery. New word, villain.
この任務、
Yeah,
思ったより簡単じゃなさそうだ。
you heard me. Activate a rest point.
これらの場所に探知機とエネルギー源を設置することになったわ。探知機が律者エネルギーの波動を識別できるなら、普通の崩壊残留を排除し、律者の位置だけを探知することができるの。
I'm like a side character. I've seen this kind of villains before. You ain't lying to me. I already know what you're gonna become to the future. You're just getting your world building right now. That's why you're a side character. Later on, you're gonna become the major enemy.
メイ、博士にも確認したのだけれど、残念ながら私たちにはベルトの崩壊エネルギーのサンプルデータがないの。
大丈夫です。ちょうど探知に必要なサンプルを持っていますから。私自身の、そう、第三律者のエネルギーです。
So if I'm still taking like this story being sort of like similar, like the main story, but still different. Sort of like the bubble universes that happened in whatchamacallit, in chapter, what are they, 11 and 12. Then this May also ended up being a third Hersher. Yeah. Might as well just dodge that guy. Ooh. The fool. The treasure chest? Only little kids who are allowed on public transports? Ah, the worst kind.
どう？識別できそうかしら？
今から試してみます。まずは私のエネルギーデータから分析します。時間がかかると思いますので、少しお待ちください。
頼んだわね。そういえばメイはあなたのことをこう呼ぶのね。
They don't actually say anything. Yes, overseer.
そんなにかしこまらないでよ。メイ隊長との仕事はどうかしら？
Miss Raiden is very nice to me.
それならいいわ。私とメイは長い付き合いでね。昔の彼女はとても優しくて頼もしくて。違うの。今の彼女はもっと優しくて頼もしいって意味よ。彼女も私も大事な人を失ったけど、メイは私よりずっと強かった。あの子だって悲しんでたはずなのに、一度も私たちにその姿を見せなかった。
Very, very important statement. She also lost someone important. But they don't mention who.
私が一番落ち込んでいた時にずっとそばにいてくれたわ。
I mean, what kind of person would I be if I liked cute things and I didn't have an act for them?
あなたのことについても教えてくれた。素質があって頼もしくて見た目よりずっと大人だって。
Was this a flag?
昔の私は大人って言葉に無縁だったけど今ではたまに言われるようになったわ。大人って口数が少ないってことなのかしら。
I don't think even the character like moves much because I'm using an Android with it, and apparently the one that actually has like a very good like tracking is our iPhones. But I'm more of an Android kind of guy. I've just used it so much that I'm way too used to it. Whenever I look at my mom's iPhone, I get very, very lost. Like if I'd end up getting like a new phone, I'd have like a lot of trouble in like learning all the things that it has. Give me quite talkative at
それ
times.
はいいことよ。話すべき時と黙るべき時を理解しているのは大事なことだもの。とにかくメイのサポートはよろしくね。そうだ、進捗はどう？
多分キャロルの到着を待つ必要はないと思います。
まさか見つかったの？
はい、反応があったのは2箇所。一つは私で、もう一つは城の境。ここから近いです。
I mean, at the end of the day, you still need to have one of the new iPhones to be able to play those. I'm guessing that by support, you mean that it doesn't actually run them?
よかった。それで
何？
Jamming? Or come is jammed?
でも私たちが使っているのは崩壊エネルギー通信機よ。この技術をまだ使えるのって一体。
通信機でそのチャンネルをキャッチして。
ようこそ天上の人。君が訪ねてきた目的を当ててみようか。
Well, who do we have here? My favorite flippin' villain.
人の声。
メイ、あちらは私たちの会話が聞こえているのかしら。
Making an absolute mess, even on a side content. I mean, I guess in World 3 of Chapter 11, everything happened because of him as well. Just like completely making destroying anti-entropy while becoming evil was the fault of like Otto killing everyone. It's only World 2 where he's actually good.
いいえ、彼のマイクはオフにしてあります。
So unless your iPhone isn't like 10 years old, you're likely good. I can probably do like play like anything on my phone as well. It's just, the issue is just performance, because I don't have a very good like phone with like big specs, really good like specs.
進捗？ああ、やはりそうか。心配はない。すべてうまくいってるよ。
I mean, I wouldn't know much.
ああ、言っても君にはわからないか。
I wouldn't know much because I'm not much of like a phone gamer, since I have my PC, and whenever there's a phone game that I want to play, I just emulate it. Also, feel like me and your polar opposites on a deeper level. At least you would make good friends in terms of them when they move super different when talk to it. Maybe it does happen a lot. Everybody has like their own little like persona that they end up showing when they stream, but it's not like their actual like full-on persona. I'm way more quiet whenever I'm like in person. I'm way more shy, which is why I haven't like really communicated with like other VTubers and stuff like that. I want to, but I'm like super shy about it. Rejection, some sort of like rejection because I'm like way too small or something like that is like the scariest thing.
この声。おかしい。どこか聞き覚えがあるような。
君に
Oh, it is
人類の
very
言語を教
familiar
え
to
よ
me.
う。
Very
最初
familiar.
に目標を理解すれば、その後も様々なことに代用が効く。すべての理解は言語から始まるんだ。
You need to know your target to replace.
私、この声を聞いたことあります。司教様、何か心当たりは？
I mean, part of my job is just like being sort of like friendly and stuff to like other people, and I also had like a little like side job that had like customer service kind of thing. So you get used to it, to like trying to be social and trying to be like friendly and stuff like that to like other people and make it so that they don't get like mad and stuff like that. Maybe, perhaps.
テレサさん？
名前、君にふさわしい名前。
この声は彼よ。
Mm-hmm. It's him.
司教様？まさか。
おじい様。おじい様よ。これはおじい様の声だわ。
Yeah, see,
私が間違えたりしない。
this is what I mean. Through the things that have actually ended up happening in like the main story, there's no way that Teresa would react this way in the main story. So yeah, this is 100% like some sort of like side story that doesn't have like any link to the main story. They mentioned it like it being like some sort of like it being like an after story of what happens on the main story, but this is like completely different. Like when whatever like this world is, Otto is gone at one point in time, and Teresa becomes like the overseer. But if that would end up happening because of the things that Otto has done that Teresa knows about, she'd never be like this, just like happy about hearing him again, being like this glad about it. So I can like, oh, that can only mean that that's like no connection to like the main story. It can't have any connection. It's like everything feels different. Teresa feels like completely different. What's going on? It's like just doesn't feel like it fits like the main story at the very least currently. Jokes aside, if he comes from being my friend, I mean, if you want them I feel like it could be a good catch-up friend. Maybe not anything deep. No, that's kind of understandable. It would be a strange thing, man. Sure, I guess.
その声も話し方も
Yeah, she's very, very glad about it. And I am sure she would not be this glad if what happened on the main story happened here.
おじい様だわ
Mm-hmm. What time is it? Unless I get other socials. Yeah. Until I get other socials, which is not happening currently. No, can also accept the adventure tasks which is done. The task request is the same thing as before. I know about this. Alrighty then. At least I'm finally able to complete this. I think this is the last thing. Never mind, it's not the last thing. Complete 1.4, Heroes 3 in AFO. Valkyrie option egg S. There's still way more. Damn. Because I feel like you could feel pressure for obvious reasons, you know? I mean, it's not like I'm against like being friends and stuff like that. It's just that this is sort of like a... how can I say it? More of like a persona kind of thing. Like this whole like streaming thing is more like a side hobby, like I mentioned before. It's not like something that I would like go that far in. So it's like that's kind of like the thing that I sort of like mean. And maybe where the reason why I'm not like hyper like straight with you. Just like the things that you're mentioning. Because it's like well sure I'm gonna keep streaming and just gonna keep appearing here as long as I'm able to until like my PC ends up like blowing up or something like that. And I don't mind like the friendliness. But of course, if you're going as far as to say just hey let's meet up in like real life and stuff like that, it's just like whoa. That's probably like the stopping point. I'm very like particular with people that I'm like friends with as well, because it's just like there's a lot of people that sort of like, you know, that you wouldn't end up like fully like mixing well and stuff like that. Like I've met people before on like school and cheese, where it's just like at first they like seem like very very friendly, and once you start like knowing them more, it's just like every all of like the dirty laundry starts like coming out, and it's like it's not the same person that I thought they were before, kind of thing. Location and talking streams for one. Yeah, we can keep talking on streams or whatever. I mean, it's gonna keep happening. Gonna keep streaming. If you keep showing up, then yeah. My ex left me because I wouldn't meet her in real life. I definitely wouldn't have a third. Wouldn't have that issue. Even my girlfriend could make me leave the house. Ah, I see. Good thing that's new. I have everything of her. I don't think I got an item for her. Yeah. Oh, I got her weapon. I got it early. There we go. That's complete. I just wish it had happened last week, because last week there was a boss for them. But oh well. I'm probably gonna end it here today. I ended up finishing the newest chapter like really early. It's nice to actually be able to see Kiana being like not being depressed. It feels like she's found like a new objective in life, or some sort of like new calling with like her new power, and she's doing much or like way better than she was like how she was in like the extra chapter. I'm pretty curious about what's gonna happen next, because there's like a big problem like that's going on inside the city. So we gotta see how they're gonna end up resolving it. And there's also like a certain new character that's showing up, way more. There's Jackal, there's like Raven, new characters of like a new organization that are gonna become enemies with like Kiana and friends. We also gotta see if Teresa is gonna be able to do something in order to be able to find Kiana. That's still like a big question mark that's going on. Have a good night, okay? See you in another stream. Yeah, Aaron, thanks for hanging out. Fun talking and seeing you, hearing about you bodying people in Fortnite. I also ended up starting post Honkai Odyssey Part 1. But the thing about it is that it doesn't feel like it has a... It's apparently supposed to be after the main story, but it doesn't feel like it has a connection with the main story, at the very least currently. That whole thing with like Teresa being very happy about Otto, because it seems that something happened to him. And Teresa is very happy about him being like sort of like back. Maybe he went on like some sort of like journey where he ended up finding out those like whoever he's helping right now. But it's like the whole thing where it's just like replace like the human race kind of thing. It's just like it's also like it's a new deal that's going on. So I mean, in that way, it could be like some sort of like connection with like the main story. There's also a, like there's a very bad feeling about what might be happening to Kiana later on in the story that maybe already happened, or that happens later on part 2. It feels very bad. It feels like a bad ending. So it's like another thing that's currently going on with like the story. It's like currently right here, it feels like Kiana is getting back on her feet, or already got back on her feet, and it's just going towards like her new like objective, which is currently like saving the city of whatever is going on with like Fort Serpent and that lab that's like actually like changing the whatever that vaccine was. Also, I forgot to ask Storm the name of the character, the name of the Valkyrie, to check. I remember it. I remember it now at like at the end of the stream, but I don't remember the name of the Valkyrie. He wants me to check. I mean, I guess if he shows up like next time, I can probably ask him at the start and then just do it at the end of the stream. Or if he shows up like at the start of the stream, I could just like do it immediately. Yeah, that's pretty much gonna be it for today. I had a lot of fun seeing Kiana. I'm very happy. She's doing fine right now. It's just not like wallowing in despair, getting completely like drowning in like sadness of what's going on. Especially because she knows that all the things that happen and ended up culminating in like the death of Himeko. Honestly, your timing was impeccable. Stream started like 3 minutes after YouTube. Well, I'm starting like at the same time every day. Or well, I'm attempting to start at the same time every day. But I'm just like doing other things around the house, like cleaning the kitty's litter, get something to drink because your throat gets like really dry whenever you're just like talking that much. Pretty much like getting everything ready in like the house so that I don't have to worry about it like the next couple like 4 or 5 hours. See you another day. Sleep well. When you sleep tonight or something. Thank you, Jaeger. Yep. Tomorrow, I'm hoping that I'm gonna be able to do chapter 14 and continue with this Lost Honkai Odyssey. I should do the tasks. Strongrouts Crystal. Alright. Hopefully I can do more of this on the week. Because apparently like levels up some stuff and you get like better rewards. That I've been doing like the other one. And this one, Sakura Samsara. Yeah. Tomorrow, hopefully a fast chapter and finishing AFO. So I also gotta finish the starter's manual. It's like the only thing that I have missing. AFO, complete 1.4. And there's like one more mission here, so it's probably gonna be like, oh, complete AFO or something like that. I hope I don't get locked out of anything. Like I got locked out from the end of the chapter 11, like full on ending. Yep. For anybody that stayed here, that came to watch like the stream or even watch the archive, whatever is fine. Lurkers, stuff like that. Thank you very much for hanging by, for listening to me rambling and yapping about all of the stuff that's going on in the story, as I am enjoying it way too much. I also want to find out more about like Honkai Gakuen. But yeah, I think the perfect way that I can do it, everything is just like treat them as different things, like 100% different things. As if they have like no connection, even if they have like similar characters or anything like that. It feels like it feels bad to just like take something from like one game and then be like, oh, this is gonna end up happening on this game. It's just like, well, maybe it will, maybe it won't, but just like treating it as some sort of like foreshadowing can sort of like maybe end up ruining my experience later in the game. So maybe I should just completely treat them all as completely different, including like AFO. I should completely think of it as an event story, especially with Teresa's reaction about Otto, like showing back up, showing back after he like disappeared or something. Because I swear that you wouldn't have like the same reaction in the main story, because Otto is like has done too many like evil stuff to like the people around. Cecilia, Siegfried, the members of Anti-Entropy, Fuhua, and every single one of the students under her. May, the thing about Kiana, it's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that she would just end up really hating Otto like at this moment in time, even though if they were like sort of like close on that story about like Chronicles. But the thing is that it seems like Otto actually really does care about her from like the second eruption manga, when he does like he tells her it's just about the secrets about Judah, the oath of Judah. May, noticing that I'm yapping too much. Yeah, it's like that thing that he did with Oath of Judah about training her to be able to fully use its powers. Because if she tried to fully use those powers without him actually training her, she could just like end up actually just like shutting off all her biological functions while trying to activate it, which will ends up culminating in her death. And if Otto really like thought about Teresa, about just some sort of like object or some sort of like weapon that he made, the clone of Kalen, then I think when the whole thing that happened in the second eruption, he would actually just like tell her about the secret of Oath of Judah and let her die as a tool in order to be able to activate the secret power and just like take down Sirin with her, sort of thing. But he didn't do that. He also cared for like the other like when they went for like the Herrscher of Death, he cared for that other Valkyrie that he saved. So still, I can't see him as like a truly evil man. I mean, of course, like I mentioned before, I am really biased to him. I really like him as like a villain and stuff like that. And I'm still very excited to meet him way more times as I'm going through all like the chapters. I'm very excited to just like meet more of them, meet more, meet Welt more, meet Otto more, meet Kevin even more, because I also really liked him on the when he showed himself like on the on chapter 12. It's a pretty cool character. It feels like such a shame for them to actually make such good male characters and not make them playable. It feels like a shame. I know that they already I know that they're like a little like development like philosophy that they had is just like only make female playable characters, but it's just like it's such a shame, and there's only one playable male character at the moment. It's like it's the character that I used in AFO, which means nothing. He actually means nothing. It's a self-insert, just that. For some reason. Ah, it's such a shame. I mean, I love for the character in Alpha to also have like some sort of like personality. I hope that he gets some sort of like personality later on, because of how good like the other male characters have been. But I jabbed a little bit too much. Once again, I really should be ending because I'm getting more and more hungry, and my stomach is like rumbling, and I can't deal with my hunger. I just want to eat. I haven't eaten since like breakfast, and breakfast wasn't really that much. I only drank like a shake, a really random like shake. Yeah. If anybody had fun, thank you for anyone that comes to watch the archive. Thank you for everyone that actually watched the stream live. Thanks for the lurkers. And as usual, it's like if there's any like sort of like tips in terms of like gameplay, in terms of like when I should be playing stuff. Like for example, if I shouldn't be playing AFO right now, that's like one of the deals. If I shouldn't be playing it right now, then do tell me, and I'll stop playing it like right at this moment, and I'll save it for later. I still have a lot of time. I still have 76 days before this is over, so I can wait. I can 100% wait from playing it. If for some reason like the timing is not right, it's not right like at this moment, or if the timing is not right at the moment that it actually ended up getting released. Please, I beg of you, tell me. And about the other like timings. Oh right, another thing that I actually ended up doing. For one, I actually got like a new Valkyrie. I did one of like the little like supplies, and on the first 10 she showed up. What was it? This one. I had 11 and I just did a single 10 and she showed up. But then I asked my friend about her and he's like, yeah, she's a little bit way too outdated. It's just pretty worthless. So I got that. I'm happy that I finally ended up getting Senadina. Then I'm gonna be able to actually play her, especially because I already got her like weapon. The only thing that I need is like her like other equipment, her stigma. And the good thing is that I only need 2, and then I can use this. That's what my friend told me to do, so that I don't end up wasting like crystals. I can actually do a 10 pull right now. Let's actually check. Let's see if I can actually get some of her stuff. And the answer is there's 1. Right. That's good enough. I just need 1 more. I need 1 more and I can actually start going for this. Oh, and since this is being shared, I can hopefully I can get the last like Sigma pieces that I need for her. This and this, or like one of these, and I can go straight into going for this, and that way I'll have like I'll be able to get her weapon much earlier, which would be really good for me. I think that's all that I'm missing. I mean, I could also go for them, but that's the deal, is that 89 drops before this. Oh, right, and my friend told me that they don't, this like supply doesn't actually share the count with like any of the other supplies. Like there's no point. Anything that I do here pulls 3 more strengths to guarantee a new. Oh, it's like S rank coming in 89 drops and it's 100% chance to be new. Alright, never mind. I thought that I was gonna be able to actually roll. If I had enough, I would end up rolling down and wouldn't get a new one. I mean, everything is new. Everything that I would get is new. The only thing that I have gotten that's S rank is Senadina, Durandal, the Hersher of the Void, and I think that's it. Yeah, everything else is A. Oh, and of course, because when I was pilling for Senadina, I got a bunch of Helios, so I got her to SS. And I guess I got the outfit. because I really have been pulling like a lot. Ah, sucks to have bad luck, but it's fine. One of these days I'm gonna have good luck. Oh right, the weapon was good luck. I got it really early. Once again, I'm yapping too much. I just can't stop. I'm having too much fun with this game, talking about it and stuff like that. But yeah. Oh right, another thing. My friend told me that it was fine to be able to start this because there's an archive where I can actually look at the stuff that ended up happening before. So I started it, and it seemed fun because it's like a roguelike mode. And I haven't like read about anything about the story. I skipped every single bit of story, and even if I couldn't like skip it, I just went like just like really fast or like clicking on it. But here's like an issue now. Uh, oh, what? All right. So last week it actually didn't let me do this, or maybe it's. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. Please complete the Flame Chasers trial first. So I actually can't do it anymore. I only did it once, and I gained like. I think I went up until here. Yeah, because I gained this. And I got a couple of like crystals, but I cannot do like I guess it's gonna be a shame. I guess like my new like little like mission or like quest or like goal that I have is to hopefully clear the story up to the point where I'm able to actually play this. So that I can actually get more crystals. Which means more spam of Honkai Impact in the week, as if I was gonna be doing anything else. Most likely not. So yeah. I'm gonna keep waiting to do this now that I'm actually logged out by the story that they have. And whenever I'm started, I'm just gonna end up using the archive that they currently have and check out like everything that I might have missed. Yeah, so far I know absolutely nothing about it. That's pretty much it. I know nothing of its story. I just wanted the crystals, and I'm not even able to do the crystals now, and I missed the story. So I got the worst of both worlds at the end of the day. And I think that's it. I think that's it. It might be possible that that's it. I'm gonna start saying goodbye, and I'm gonna remember that I'm missing something else. Watch it. So yeah, tomorrow, chapter 14. And if nobody tells me to like not stop like doing this, then I'm gonna end up continuing with Afo, and hopefully finish it that day because it doesn't look like the next chapter is like too long. It'd be nice if I can finish it so I can just completely focus on the story from like tomorrow onwards. Oh wait, but there's like Afo too, right? There's this. I gotta check when this got released and then play it when this got released. If of course nobody tells me to stop. Yeah, if it is better to actually wait and do it like all in like one sitting like later on at a certain point in time on the story, then please do tell me. If you got tips on the game, how to like play the game, maybe some like combos that I can actually work into like AFO, even though I already got some pretty good ones that actually end up unlocking like enemies, please do tell me. If you have like a recommended order or like a recommended point in time when I should read the two visual novels that I have missing that I haven't read yet, because I've only read the anti-entropy visual novel, please do tell me. Or about like the mangas, even though the game already pretty much tells you when you should read the manga, please tell me. And if you had fun just chilling with me, watching me just jabbing around unstoppably about what's going on in like the story, then you consider subscribing or even liking the video. That would help a lot for like more people to actually find it, because it like helps with like the algorithm or something like that. Even though the algorithm for like YouTube is absolute garbage and it doesn't like help at all most of the time. I've seen a couple like small streams like show up on like my recommendeds when I'm watching it. Somebody else that's like sort of like big or like medium size. But yeah, if you had fun, I'll be streaming like every day on the week, most likely. The only days that I take a rest are like probably on Saturday and Sunday to just having like as full free days, because I also like don't work or anything of the sort. I don't have like any work that needs to be done. So I just take them as full rest to just like completely recover of the things that have been happening like the week. And that's pretty much it. And that's pretty much it. I always try to stream at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. If anything, I'm a little bit late because I do things around the house. And what else? And if anything, I might just like push the stream like 50 minutes like later or like 30 minutes later if I need to do more stuff or if I get stuck doing some other stuff. Yeah. Anyway, that's the end of the stream. Thanks for watching. I hope you guys had fun.